Chapter 1178. The blazing divine sun burned everything as the sun-ocean enveloped the entire space, engulfing an old drunkard within. Lin Tian's expression changed. It was very dangerous to be engulfed by the king region with the king physique. Wang. Suddenly, the sun-ocean shook violently as a silver divine diagram appeared with dense divine runes. An old drunkard had the silver divine diagram above his head as he walked in the sun-ocean as though he was walking on a flat road. The terrifying power of the sun-ocean was completely isolated within his body and couldn't affect his emperor physique. He isn't affected at all in the sun-ocean king region of a ninth heaven emperor. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The king region with the king region had a very mysterious and shocking power. Once engulfed by it, one's power would be greatly weakened or even suppressed to the point of being unable to move. But now, an old drunkard wasn't affected at all when the ninth heaven emperor of the Sun-Ocean King region unleashed the strongest Sun-Ocean King region. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as the radiance in his eyes became very intense. Until now, he wasn't suppressed by the king region. Now, an old drunkard wasn't suppressed by the king region either. However, the two were completely different. He wasn't suppressed by the king region because he relied on the reincarnation physique, which was the strongest king physique. On the other hand, an old drunkard used his absolute power to isolate the suppression of the king region and forcefully break the power of laws within the king region. Gosh, Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yin were dumbfounded. The three supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked as their eyes flickered violently. At the same time, the Sun Emperor of the Sun-Ocean King's expression changed drastically. Impossible. He had the Sun physique, which was a very powerful king physique, even among the other 11 king physiques below the reincarnation physique. But now he couldn't suppress an old drunkard when he unleashed the Sun-Ocean King region with his ninth heaven emperor cultivation. His king region was ineffective against an old drunkard. Clang! An old drunkard stepped into the sun sea with the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols above his head. He raised his sword and slashed at the Sun Emperor. The powerful sword strike struck fear into one's soul. It pierced through the Sun Sea Monarch domain and pierced through the Sun Monarch Emperor. The Sun Emperor shouted and staggered back. At this moment, an old drunkard stepped out of the Sun Sea Monarch region. He waved the Divine Light Emperor sword in his right hand and slashed out tens of thousands of sword force towards the South Sea Immortal Monarch and the other emperors. Then he stepped forward again, leaving behind afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Sun Monarch again. He reached out with his left hand and aimed directly at the Sun Monarch. The Sun Emperor trembled, shocked by an old drunkard's methods and speed. A chill ran down his spine. "You, Buzz!" An old drunkard's expression was indifferent. As he reached out with his left hand, the silver Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared and enveloped the Sun Monarch. There was only one silver Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. Then the second, third, and fourth appeared in the blink of an eye. The 4 silver Tao diagrams overlapped, and the silver divine light became denser and denser. The aura was shocking. The Sun Emperor's entire body trembled, and his expression changed. As the 4 silver pictures appeared, he felt his divine power gradually solidifying. Even his soul was trembling violently, as if it was about to be struck into nothingness by some kind of power. Damn it! The Sun Emperor roared and struggled with all his might under the 4 silver diagrams. He shook the 4 silver diagrams and tried to break free. For a moment, the 4 silver diagrams rumbled as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The old drunkard's expression didn't change. A buzzing sound could be heard as a 5th silver Tao diagram appeared. It overlapped with the first 4 Tao diagrams, and the 5 Tao diagrams trembled, causing the silver light to grow several times brighter. It suppressed everything, and the air itself began to vibrate. This is Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew that an old drunkard was undoubtedly using the four-symbol seal. It was a powerful heavenly venerate mystique. An old drunkard had passed this mystique to him, and as someone who cultivated this mystique, he knew very well that the four symbols seal's limit should only be the fourth level. But now, an old drunkard had actually used the fifth level of the four symbols Tao diagram. He surpassed the limit of this heavenly venerate mystique and evolved it to an even higher level. His heart trembled, and he was shocked again. The four-symbol seal was a supreme sealing technique created by an ancient heavenly venerate. But now, an old drunkard had surpassed this heavenly venerate mystique and evolved it from the limit of the fourth level to the fifth level. How amazing was this? Buzz! Silver divine light surged, covering all directions. It seemed that everything in this place was about to be annihilated and sealed by the five-layered Tao diagram. The Sun Emperor's body trembled violently, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He frantically channeled the divine power in his body. "Open!" he roared. For a moment, the blazing divine light of the sun surged, shaking the 9 heavens. However, in the next moment, the silver light became even brighter. A sixth silver divine diagram appeared, stacking with the first 5 silver diagrams. It instantly suppressed everything, obliterating all the divine light of the sun. Lin Tian's expression changed again. The 6th level. It surpassed the limit of the four-symbol seal's 4th level. An old drunkard had already deduced this heavenly venerate mystique to the 6th level. Ah! A scream sounded in front of him. The Sun Emperor struggled frantically, his eyes completely filled with fear. He shouted at an old drunkard, "Stop! Buzz!" The resplendent silver light was vast and mighty, suppressing everything. An old drunkard's expression was cold. His left hand shook, and the 6 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram merged, transforming into a huge silver vortex that instantly swallowed the Sun Emperor. Not a single drop of blood splattered in the air. Only a scream, mixed with fear and despair, sounded. Then, the Sun Emperor disappeared without a trace. His body and soul were destroyed in the silver vortex, formed by the 6 layers of the 4 symbols Tao diagram. An old monster who had lived a second life hundreds of thousands of years ago, the sun body of the 9 heavens emperor, disappeared just like that. Many cultivators were terrified. They all trembled as they looked at an old drunkard. Even powerful figures like the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Previously, they had not been able to contend against the Sun Emperor with their full strength. Now the Sun Emperor had been killed by the old drunkard, both in body and spirit. This, Ling Yun trembled. Lin Tian was naturally shocked and excited at the same time. An old drunkard was too powerful. Clang! The sword chime sounded again. It was ear-piercing and terrifying. An old drunkard used the 4 symbol seal to wipe out the Sun Emperor. He didn't show any emotion, as if he didn't do anything. He directly used the divine light emperor sword in his hand to slash at the dozens of other emperors. With one slash, another dense sword light appeared. Crack! 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 This sword light was a little terrifying. It pierced through space and attacked everyone. Junior! An old monster gritted his teeth and used a powerful divine ability secret technique to cover the vast sky and shroud an old drunkard. At the same time, the other emperors naturally wouldn't show mercy. One after another, their killing intent was vast and mighty, shaking the sky. The dense divine ability clashed with the dense sword light, directly shattering the sky. An old drunkard took a step forward and punched down with his left hand, directly smashing the 3 emperors in front of him. All of them coughed out blood, and cracks appeared in their divine souls. Attack together, attack with all your might. Someone shouted. With a rumble, dozens of emperors moved together and surrounded an old drunkard. Their divine abilities and secret techniques kept pressing down. With a chi sound, the void in all directions was destroyed. The radiance covered everything. An old drunkard was in this destructive divine radiance. With the 4 symbols Tao diagram protecting his body, nothing could hurt him. He stepped out of this destructive divine radiance and slashed with the divine light emperor sword again. The sharp sword light seemed to destroy everything. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 streaks of blood. Mist exploded. The physical bodies of the 3 emperors were slashed into pieces. Only their divine souls were left as they escaped pathetically. However, it was also at this moment that 3 silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols flew over and enveloped the 3 souls in the blink of an eye. No. The 3 cried out tragically as their divine souls were destroyed by the 4 symbols Tao diagrams. Another 3 emperors were. Whooshing crocodile's scales stood up. He swallowed his saliva and said to Lin Tiandao, Kid, your teacher is really defying the heavens." Lin Tiandao's eyes were very bright as he looked forward closely. Rumble. The great void shook and shattered piece by piece. An old drunkard was able to shake dozens of old monsters and dozens of emperors by himself. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He casually walked through the encirclement of dozens of experts and slashed with his sword. With the power of the 4 symbols seal, even the air was destroyed. In that direction, 3 experts at the 6th heaven of emperors were sent flying. They were all coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, and their divine souls were shaking. Boom! 3 lightning bolts descended from the sky and drowned the 3 at the same time. They were smashed into pieces, and their divine souls were destroyed as well. An old drunkard waved the divine light sword in his hand and shattered the killing radiance in front of him. He then pushed the divine sword forward. Bang! 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 The majestic sword radiance intertwined with astonishing emperor's might and sent 2 old monsters of the 9th heaven of emperors flying. Damn it! The 2 old monsters' faces turned cold. "Let's use the great Tao laws together," one of the old monsters yelled. As he spoke, he immediately attacked. With a rumble, decaying great Tao laws surged and shook the heavens and earth. Kill! The other dozens of emperors roared and didn't hesitate. They all activated their emperor-level laws at this moment. At this moment, they had to kill an old drunkard because only by killing an old drunkard could they obtain the reincarnation origin from Lin Tiandao. Moreover, an old drunkard was attacking all of them at the same time. If they didn't kill an old drunkard, they could only wait to be killed. Obviously, no one was willing to be killed by others. Boom! Instantly, dozens of emperors attacked together. More than 200 Emperor Tao laws surged and turned into a Tao ocean that covered the entire area. The terrifying aura was countless times stronger than the Sun-Ocean Monarch region. It covered the sky and suppressed all directions as it flooded towards an old drunkard. Chapter 1179. Every Emperor-level expert could control many different great Taos. At this moment, dozens of Emperor-level experts worked together to activate the great Taos. When they interweaved, there were hundreds of Emperor-level great Taos. With so many Emperor-level great Taos fused together, the power was truly terrifying. The entire void collapsed, and the chaotic light was blasted out. Boom! At this moment, the great Taos in this heaven and earth surged like a vast ocean, creating waves of great Taos. An old drunkard was drowned in it immediately. With a sizzling sound, the space melted like ice in the face of a raging fire. It was a hair-raising sight. Humph! The South Sea Immortal Emperor of the 9th heaven snorted coldly. His gaze was merciless. With so many Emperor-level great Taos, it was enough to destroy everything. He believed that an old drunkard wouldn't have any other ending other than death. He deserves to die. The other old monsters of the ninth heaven sneered. The three supreme elders of the demon imperial palace and Lu Yunzi were moved. Even though they already knew that an old drunkard was very powerful, they couldn't help but worry when so many emperor-level great Daos enveloped an old drunkard at this moment. This situation, so many great Daos, this. Ling Yin was also moved. Ling Yan's expression changed as he started to worry. At the side, Wuxing Crocodile didn't speak, but there was still some worry in his eyes. Indeed, with hundreds of emperor-level great Daos fused together, the destructive power was too strong. Lin Tian naturally noticed their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He could also clearly feel the terrifying destructive power of the great Dao Si after hundreds of emperor-level great Daos fused together. However, his expression was very calm. He wasn't as worried about an old drunkard as when the Sun Emperor took out the Sun Ocean of the King's region. No problem, the old man will definitely be fine, he said. Sizzle. Almost at the instant he said that, the surging 100 emperor-level great Daos in front of him trembled. Then cracks appeared, and it started to shatter like porcelain. The expressions of the dozens of Emperor Realm experts changed. At this moment, their great Dao laws were actually disintegrating rapidly. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously as the dense Dao laws shattered. The old drunkard walked out of the surging Dao light step by step. Crack! An old drunkard's hazy Dao power interweaved outside his body. It was like the source of destruction, and the void in the sky instantly shattered. An old drunkard calmly walked through the shattered void. Everywhere he passed, everything was destroyed and ended. With rumbling sounds, the great earth began to tremble, continuously breaking apart. That is, the South Sea Immortal Emperor and the other old monsters couldn't help but tremble. The other dozens of emperors also changed their expressions. The eyelids of the three grand elders of the demon imperial palace twitched. Lu Yunzi's pupils constricted. Lin Tian looked ahead and sensed the Dao light outside an old drunkard's body. At this moment, he couldn't help but tremble. Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and murmured, and Terminus Great Dao, extremely far away, the group of cultivators were all stunned. The Terminus Great Dao is the number one great Dao among the 3,000 great Daos. It's a complete great Dao of destruction. Once the Dao law appears, everything will be destroyed. Divine power, demonic power, laws, divine soul, everything will be destroyed. He has mastered the Terminus Great Dao. A Nirvana Realm senior cultivator stared at an old drunkard from afar and was completely stunned. Rumble. The sky trembled at this moment. Unknowingly, pitch-black clouds gathered in the sky. Bolts of lightning interweaved in the sky like electric dragons. The aura of destruction and Terminus spread across the entire world. How is this possible? He has cultivated for over 100 years and reached the ninth heaven of Emperor Realm. Moreover, he has mastered the Terminus Great Dao. The nascent soul Taoist couldn't help but exclaim, "How can such a thing happen?" The other emperors felt their hearts palpitating. After battling for so long, these emperors saw through an old drunkard's true age and also sensed an old drunkard's specific cultivation level. Over 100 years old and reaching the ninth heaven of the Emperor Realm shocked these old monsters and old emperors. At this moment, they sensed the Tao radiance fluctuation outside an old drunkard's body. These old monsters and old emperors were even more shocked and trembled. It was actually the Terminus Great Tao. It was the number one great Tao among the 3,000 great Taos. It was a great Tao recorded in the history books that no one had mastered before. How can this be? Some old emperors were shocked. In just over 100 years of cultivation, an old drunkard had reached the ninth heaven of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, he had mastered the Terminus Great Tao, which was the number one great Tao among the 3,000 great Taos. Such a person made these emperors feel as if their internal organs had turned cold. An old drunkard's body was wrapped in Tao radiance. He walked in the shattered void, and the Tao radiance interweaved on the divine light emperor's sword in his hand. Clang! With a sword chime, he swung his hand and slashed forward. Instantly, a great Tao sword radiance, mixed with the terminus great Tao, flew over and enveloped an Emperor Realm expert. This Emperor Realm expert felt a chill down his spine. He immediately roared and used his strongest technique to resist this sword. In the next moment, there was a chi sound. This Emperor Realm expert's powerful technique was annihilated and turned into starlight. At the same time, an old drunkard's great Tao-killing sword didn't lose its momentum and landed firmly on this Emperor Realm expert. Ah! There was a miserable scream. This Emperor Realm expert exploded. Blood mist-drifted, and his divine soul turned into ashes. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Dozens of emperors trembled. That Emperor Realm expert was at the peak of the 6th heaven of the Emperor Realm. However, he was killed by a single sword. Even his divine soul was shattered. This caused these emperors to feel a chill in their hearts, and a sense of fear rose within them. Clang! The sword chime sounded again. An old drunkard took a step forward and swung his sword again. In an instant, dozens of sword lights flew out. Each sword light was wrapped in the terminus great Tao's fluctuation. All the emperor's expressions changed. They all used their divine abilities and great Tao laws to resist the sword lights that flew towards them. However, the sword lights that were intertwined with the terminus great Tao were too sharp. Divine abilities, secret arts, and great Tao laws couldn't withstand it. They were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Dozens of emperors were sent flying and coughed out blood at the same time. Once the terminus great Tao is executed, divine power, demonic power, divine soul, everything will be terminated. Is it really so? Whooshing Crocodile said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian stared ahead. The radiance in his eyes was even more intense. Clang! There was a surge of sword chime. An old drunkard stepped into the void and slashed out with the terminus great Tao's divine light sword. This time, only 3 sword lights flew out. However, they were much stronger than the previous sword lights. The intertwined terminus great Tao laws were very dense. In the blink of an eye, everything was terminated. PFFF. 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 3/5 heaven of the Emperor Realm experts were slashed into pieces. They didn't even have time to scream. Their physical bodies and divine souls were shattered. Damn it. So what if it's the terminus great Tao? It can't destroy everything. Use the formless divine perception to attack him. The 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm's soul, formation, Taoist, yelled out. His divine perception surged out and pressed down on an old drunkard. At the same time, the other old monsters and Emperor Realm experts didn't hesitate. They also released their powerful divine perception to attack. In an instant, the terrifying divine perception power surged out and suppressed everything. An old drunkard had a cold expression. The terminus Tao radiance surged out from his body. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky started to rumble. In the next moment, bolts of lightning struck down. Every bolt of lightning was intertwined with the terminus great Tao. Chi, chi, chi. Soft sounds echoed. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts' divine perception were all destroyed. Many people were forced to take a few steps back. At the same time, 2/4 heaven of the Emperor Realm, old Emperor Realm experts, were struck by the bolts of lightning. They exploded in the void and were destroyed along with their divine souls. Kacha! An old drunkard stepped forward. With one step, the space shattered. It couldn't withstand the power of the terminus great Tao outside his body. He moved forward in the shattered space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the ninth heaven of the Emperor Realm's soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist trembled. He was shocked by the terminus great Tao outside an old drunkard's body. He quickly retreated. However, an old drunkard's speed was beyond imagination. He walked slowly and steadily beside the soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist felt a chill down his spine. "You, Ka!" An old drunkard reached out his left hand. The space shattered. Endless, terminus, great Tao gathered in his left hand. He slapped down mercilessly at the soul formation Taoist. The soul formation Taoist's heart palpitated. He quickly supported various great techniques and great Tao laws to receive an old drunkard slap. However, he couldn't block it at all. The terminus Tao power surged in an old drunkard's palm and destroyed everything in an instant. PFFF! Blood splattered everywhere. The soul formation Taoist exploded. "Damn it!" The soul formation Taoist roared. His soul escaped, wrapped around his damaged flesh, and fled into the distance. An old drunkard's expression didn't change. The divine power light sword in his right hand was intertwined with a thick terminus Tao light. He threw it out. With a whoosh, the divine power light sword intertwined with the terminus Tao light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the soul formation Taoist soul. PFFF! The divine light sword pierced through the soul formation Taoist soul on the spot. The terminus Tao light began to devour his soul. "Ah!" The soul formation Taoist screamed. Then he roared furiously, "Damn it, destroy!" He shook out his soul and burned a part of it. He turned it into a tyrannical power, wanting to break apart the terminus Tao light that wrapped around his soul. However, the terminus Tao was too strong. Even though the soul formation Taoist burned his soul to borrow power, he couldn't resist it at all. No. A shrill scream rang out. In the next moment, the soul formation Taoist soul was completely devoured by the terminus Tao. His body and soul were destroyed. In this place, all the cultivators were shocked and terrified. This Tao! Everyone trembled. Lin Tian looked at an old drunkard in the sky and the Tao light outside an old drunkard's body. His eyes were filled with shock. The terminus Tao could really end everything. 25 emperors have already been killed. Whooshing crocodile trembled. He stared at an old drunkard in the sky and said to Lin Tiandao, "Kid, you're your master. When he's angry, he's simply terrifying. Is he really planning to kill everyone who jumped here to seize the reincarnation origin?" Chapter 1180, including the 15 old monsters. There were 50 emperor rank experts. Not long after the old drunkard appeared, 25 of them had already been killed. Among them were 2 old monsters at the 9th heaven of the emperor rank. It was truly horrifying. This is. Whooshing crocodile and Ling Yin swallowed their saliva. "Yeah, so powerful." Little Taichu looked at an old drunkard with his big, watery eyes. Lin Tian looked up at the sky, at old drunkard's figure. He was just as shocked as everyone else, but he was even more excited and proud, because this was his master. No, we can't stop him. Some of the emperors were terrified and felt a chill down their spines. The 9th tier of the emperor realm, plus the Tao of Terminus, was too terrifying. We can't win. Some of the other emperors were terrified. Most of these emperors were at the end of their lifespans. In order to live a new life, they had come to seize the reincarnation origin. Their will to seize the reincarnation origin was very strong. However, at this moment, many of them were terrified and wanted to retreat. An old drunkard's methods were too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 25 emperors. Humph. The 9th tier of the South Sea Immortal Emperor said coldly, "No matter how strong he is, he's just one person. How long can his godly power last? He can't outlast so many of us. He'll die in the end. Exhaust his godly power, and kill him isn't hard." Another ninth tier of the Emperor realm old monster said coldly. As the two old monsters spoke, some of the old emperors who were afraid and wanted to retreat couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes glowed again. That's right. Although he's strong, his godly power is limited. Against so many of us, he won't last long. When his godly power is exhausted, he'll die for sure. If we work together, we can kill him, and then we can seize the reincarnation origin. Some of the old emperors said. These people stared at an old drunkard, and their killing intent surged again. Now, only by killing an old drunkard could they obtain the reincarnation origin. Kill. The South Sea Immortal Emperor, who was at the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm, shouted coldly. He was the first to make a move. At the same time, the other dozens of old monsters and emperors also made their moves, using powerful divine arts and secret techniques. With a rumbling sound, the surrounding space was shattered into pieces at the first moment, and a terrifying force mercilessly pressed down on the old drunkard. An old drunkard's expression was cold. He walked on the broken void. He shook his right hand, and the light of the End Tao surged. In the blink of an eye, a pure End Emperor sword was formed. He slashed forward. This sword was formed entirely from the great Tao of Terminus. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Everything fell into the great Tao of Terminus. The divine abilities and secret arts of many emperors were turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. An old drunkard took a step forward and raised the sword of termination in his hand. He slashed down, and the sky seemed to have been cut open. Pooh! An expert at the fifth heaven of the Emperor realm had his physical body and soul destroyed. Immediately after, the light of the End Emperor's sword slashed down and landed on a 10,000 zhang tall mountain not far away. The mountain crumbled and dust filled the sky. Don't be afraid. Use your mystiques to kill him from a distance and exhaust his godly power. He won't be able to hold on for long. The South Sea Immortal Emperor, who was at the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm, shouted. With a rumbling sound, the group of experts attacked. Dense amounts of killing intent once again shot towards the old drunkard. The old drunkard's body was surrounded by the faint light of the Tao of Terminus. He tilted his head and looked at the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The Tao of Terminus surged on its own and shattered the void with a crack. He took a step and appeared in front of the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The South Sea Immortal Emperor was shocked and hurriedly retreated. The End Tao of termination around an old drunkard made his heart tremble. However, an old drunkard was too fast. Although the South Sea Immortal Emperor was at the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm, he could not shake off an old drunkard. Just like the Sun Emperor and the nascent soul formation Taoist, an old drunkard followed like a shadow. Come! With a sword hum, the old drunkard swung the imperial sword condensed from the light of Terminus and slashed down coldly. The South Sea Immortal Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. He pushed up all his godly power and laws to resist and met an old drunkard's sword. However, the great Tao of termination was too strong. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, everything was destroyed. With a piu, the End Emperor's sword pierced through the South Sea Immortal Emperor and brought out a large amount of blood. Damn it! The South Sea Immortal Emperor shook his body, and his Emperor light surged. In the blink of an eye, he had used more than 10 mystiques, all aimed at the old drunkard. An old drunkard's expression did not change. He raised his left hand and slapped down. Uft. The dozens of mystiques that the South Sea Immortal Emperor had unleashed were all destroyed. Immediately, half of his body exploded. It was also at this time that an old drunkard's right hand shook. The End Tao of termination surged and enveloped the South Sea Immortal Emperor. Ah! The South Sea Immortal Emperor screamed as he struggled in the End Tao of termination. His physical body and soul were constantly being destroyed. Open for me! The South Sea Immortal Emperor screamed as he released all his potential. His aura surged in the sky and shattered everything. He used this godly power to resist the end Tao of termination. He knocked away an old drunkard's emperor sword and retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other old monsters and emperor realm experts, end Tao of termination, surged towards an old drunkard. Rumble. The space in all directions was frozen. The destructive power was terrifying. An old drunkard was enveloped by this power, but his expression did not change. He used the end Tao of termination to open a path. He slashed open a spatial crack and stepped into it. In the next instant, beside the retreating South Sea Immortal Emperor, the spatial crack opened. An old drunkard stepped out of the void. The South Sea Immortal Emperor's face turned pale. "You!" An old drunkard raised his hand and aimed at the South Sea Immortal Emperor. The silver four symbols, Tao diagram, formed instantly. From the first layer to the sixth layer, it covered the South Sea Immortal Emperor completely. Then the six silver diagrams fused and turned into a silver vortex. The South Sea Immortal Emperor shuddered. He had seen an old drunkard use this move to kill the Sun Emperor. He used all his strength to resist. He even burned a part of his life essence and exploded with godly power. Rumble. The earth shook. All sorts of godly runes and emperor light filled the sky and pushed the silver vortex away. "Come!" An old drunkard waved the end emperor sword in his hand and pressed down. The South Sea Immortal Emperor shuddered. The sixth layer of the four-symbol seal and the end Tao suppressed all the godly light outside his body. The silver vortex pulled him in bit by bit. "No, stop!" The two terrifying powers combined. The South Sea Immortal Emperor could not resist. He could not help but shout. An old drunkard's expression was cold. He shook his right hand, and the sixth layer of the four-symbol seal and the silver vortex exploded together with the end Tao. It drowned the South Sea Immortal Emperor completely, shattering his physical body and destroying his soul at the same time. Everyone was shocked and could not help but shudder. Another old monster at the ninth layer of the Emperor Realm had been killed. They are all at the ninth layer of the Emperor Realm. However, these old monsters at the ninth layer of the Emperor Realm are really too weak. Whooshing Crocodile looked at an old drunkard in the sky and could not help but shudder. Too powerful. Ling Yun was also shocked. This was really one person defeating close to 100 Emperor Realm masters. Lin Tian looked at the sky. At this moment, he was completely relieved. With an old drunkard around, these Emperor Realm masters would not be able to cause any trouble in this place. In the sky, an old drunkard's Tao light intertwined around his body. He held the end Tao light in his hand and slashed again. With a clang, the end Tao light transformed into a sword light and almost cut the space apart. In front of him, a sixth layer of the Emperor Realm Master was cut into pieces. Only his soul escaped pathetically. However, it was also at this moment that a bolt of lightning that carried the energy of the Terminus Tao descended from the sky, and it directly blasted this person's soul into pieces before it vanished. "No, we can't block it. Before his godly power is exhausted, we might all be killed," a seventh layer of the Chaos Emperor Realm Master said. His eyes were flickering and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The other Emperor Realm Masters were also shocked. At this moment, they looked at an old drunkard and felt a chill in their hearts. Boom! At this moment, the sky shook. At the end of the horizon, a middle-aged man, shrouded in blood radiance, walked over from afar. The bloody light around this person surged with a bone-chilling coldness. Each step he took caused the world to tremble, causing many cultivators to tremble in fear. Even the old monsters at the ninth layer of emperors couldn't help but be moved. 7. Ultimate Demonic Emperor. Far away, a half-step to Nirvana Realm Master shivered. He obviously recognized this middle-aged man shrouded in blood radiance. When Lin Tian saw this person, his body involuntarily trembled. He could clearly feel how terrifying this person was. He was much stronger than the Sun Emperor and the other old monsters from before. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor. 200,000 years ago, he was close to becoming a heavenly master. How is he still alive? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. He obviously knew who this 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor was. What? When Lin Tian heard this, he was shocked. Someone close to becoming a heavenly master. He knew how terrifying a heavenly master was. He could really suppress everything with a raise of his hand. Now the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, shrouded in blood radiance, was close to becoming a heavenly master. The 3 supreme elders of the Demon Lord Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. When they saw this person, they couldn't help but be shocked. Reincarnation origin. I want it. The evil monarch of the 7 lords stepped forward. His eyes were filled with evilness, like the bloodthirsty Yama of hell. An old drunkard stood in the void with his sword in hand. He looked at this person without any change in expression. The Tao radiance of termination hummed. In the next moment, his gaze moved away from the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor and looked towards the west and north. At this moment, a powerful emperor's aura came from the west and north respectively. 2 figures appeared almost at the same time. One was shrouded in dark demonic light, while the other was shrouded in dense Tao radiance. The aura they emitted was thick and terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor. It was as if they came from ancient times. Chapter 1181. After the 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor, another 2 extreme experts walked over. One was covered in Tao light, while the other was covered in devil light. The aura they emitted wasn't any weaker than the 7 Ultimate Evil Emperor. They were much stronger than the dozens of old monsters at the 9th heaven of emperors. Ryugen Dao Jun. Extreme Yin Overlord. All the cultivators shuddered, and some of the older experts couldn't help but exclaim. The whooshing Crocodile's expression changed again. Ryugen Dao Jun and Extreme Yin Overlord are both people from 200,000 years ago. Just like the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, they were all people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. To think that all of them are still alive. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. Although he had already guessed it, he still felt a chill down his spine when he heard the whooshing Crocodile's words, including the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor. There were 3 people infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. These 3, the 3 grand elders of the demon race and Lu Yunzi, who were all emperors, shuddered. Their faces were filled with astonishment. If the Sun Emperor and the others were old monsters, then the 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor and the other 2 were undoubtedly old monsters. The ruler Great Emperor and the other old monsters of the 9th heaven emperors were all shocked. The other dozens of emperors were also shocked. These 3 were rumored to be infinitely close to the emperor realm. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor, Ryugen Dao Jun and Extreme Yin Overlord. The 3 old monsters stepped forward and stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes were extremely deep and filled with vicissitudes. Reincarnation physique. The 7 Ultimate Demonic Emperor's eyes were filled with demonic blood light. In the next moment, he moved towards Lin Tian. He belongs to me. A cold snort resounded with a trace of tyranny. Demonic Venerate Extreme Yin made his move, also closing in on Lin Tian. Ryugen Dao Jun didn't say anything. He was surrounded by Dao light as he stepped forward and grabbed at Lin Tian. 3 people who were infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm attacked at the same time. The surrounding space shook, and everything seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This kind of power was much stronger than that of the Sun Emperor and the other old monsters. They were on a completely different level, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. Clang! Sword cries were astonishing, shaking the sky. An old drunkard made his move. The divine sword formed by the great path of termination swung, and 3 beams of sword light of termination slashed toward the 3 old freaks. Chi, chi, chi. Everywhere the sword light passed, everything ended, everything was destroyed. The eyes of the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other 2 old monsters narrowed as they stopped in their tracks. Each of them sent out a palm strike towards the incoming sword light. These 3 palms were full of vigor, and the 3 sword of eradication were instantly shattered. However, at the same time, the 3 old monsters were also shaken to the point where their bodies swayed, and they took a step back. The great path of Terminus. Ryugen Daojuan's pupils constricted. His voice was extremely low as he stared at an old drunkard who had unleashed the sword of eradication. At the same time, the other 2 old monsters also revealed strange expressions and were somewhat shocked. Someone actually mastered the great path of termination. Demon Monarch Extreme Een stared at an old drunkard. Then, like Ryugen Daojun, his pupils constricted as he discovered something else. Judging from the fluctuation of his vital energy and blood, he's only slightly over 100 years old. There's actually such a person in this era. The 7 ultimate evil emperor was also shocked. He stared at an old drunkard without blinking. His gaze was sinister and terrifying. Clang! An ear-piercing sword cry sounded, and the sword aura was terrifying. An old drunkard didn't say anything unnecessary. He slashed the sword of eradication in his hand again, and a large wave of sword radiance swept out in all directions. These sword radiances were mixed with the power of the great path of termination. They slashed toward the 3 old monsters, Great Emperor Measurement Ruler and the other 10 old monsters, and the dozens of other emperors. Just like before, they enveloped everyone in the attack. Such an action immediately caused all the cultivators present to tremble. Many of them couldn't help but gasp. Too powerful. Brat Lin, your master is simply too domineering. Whooshing crocodile shuddered. 7 ultimate evil emperor. Flowing cloud Tao lord. Extreme Een overlord. These 3 old monsters were all people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Such people were synonymous with invincibility in this era. But now the old drunkard had actually killed all 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, he was also indiscriminately attacking other Emperor Realm experts at the same time. Brat Lin is already powerful and ferocious enough. However, his master is even more powerful and ferocious. Ling Yin swallowed his saliva and said, "This is really going to kill everyone who dares to attack Brat Lin." Lin Tian looked at the sky with bright eyes. However, he couldn't help but feel worried at this moment. After all, although the old drunkard was very strong, the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other 2 were existences that were infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Furthermore, the old drunkard was attacking other old monsters and dozens of emperors at the same time. The pressure was too great. Junior, insolent, courting death. 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other 2 old monsters' eyes turned cold. Terrifying light burst out from their eyes. Instantly there was a rumbling sound. The entire area trembled as 3 waves of emperors' aura surged out from their bodies. They directly shattered all the sword lights of eradication. Immediately after, a buzzing sound rang out as terrifying gales swept out in all directions. The violent emperors of the 3 old monsters directly occupied this heaven and earth, causing all living things to tremble. Bang! 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 In the surroundings, dozens of other emperors were sent flying by the terrifying aura emitted by the 3 old monsters. All of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the old monsters like Measure Ruler Great Emperor couldn't withstand it and were sent flying far away. These are people who are extremely close to the level of a heavenly master. Such aura, who can withstand it? The cultivators were terrified. At this moment, the Emperor's aura released by the 3 old monsters was too terrifying. That person didn't get sent flying. He withstood the aura of the three old monsters. It was also at this moment that someone pointed to the battlefield with a shocked expression. Following this person's gaze, an old drunkard stood motionless in the sky above the battlefield. His expression didn't change at all. Only the sound of his clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard. Junior, 7 ultimate evil emperors' eyes were cold. You're quite capable. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme In Overlord spoke. Their words were the same, and their eyes were cold. An old drunkard stood in the sky with a cold expression. The black hair in front of his forehead swayed in the hurricane formed by the Emperor's aura of the 3 old monsters. In the next moment, there was a loud boom. The aura on his body began to rise like an erupting volcano. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the sky, shaking the earth and shattering everything. Crack! 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 The void in all directions shattered inch by inch. Chaotic light shot out recklessly. Then it was shattered by the terrifying aura. In an instant, everyone shuddered. This aura, it's clearly not inferior to 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others. This person, all the cultivators trembled in fear. The 3 old monsters of the Fey Imperial Palace trembled. Lu Yunzi was also shocked. Lord Crocodile has nothing to say. Wuxing Crocodile said with his eyes wide open. Me too. Ling Yun muttered. Lin Tian stared at the sky and couldn't help but clench his fists. An old drunkard shocked him again and again. 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other 2 old monsters were completely moved. They were truly shocked. He's actually not inferior to me. 7 ultimate evil emperor's voice was cold. The other 2 old monsters also stared at an old drunkard. Their eyes were filled with shock. A person who was only a little more than 100 years old and had cultivated for a little more than 100 years was actually comparable to them, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, staring at an old drunkard, the shock in their eyes gradually turned into killing intent. It turned into a bone-chilling killing intent. Kill him. Extreme In Overlord said. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the old monster immediately attacked. Vast and mighty demonic radiance pressed down on an old drunkard. At the same time, Ryugen Daojun and 7 ultimate evil emperor attacked together. Each of them unleashed a monstrous killing intent without any mercy. Cultivating for a little more than 100 years, he was already comparable to them, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, an old drunkard's strength and monstrous talent had deeply shocked them. Boundless killing intent rose in their hearts. They definitely didn't want to leave such a talented person alive. Moreover, they had to kill an old drunkard first if they wanted to obtain the reincarnation origin. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook and everything collapsed. The entire sky changed color at this moment. The pitch-black clouds became thicker as if night had fallen. The oppressive aura was vast and mighty in all directions. An old drunkard's black hair danced in front of his forehead. His robes fluttered loudly. A total of 6 silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols appeared beside him. They were like silver wheels as they charged towards 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other 2 old monsters. At the same time, he swung the emperor's sword formed by the Tao radiance of termination in his hand. With a swing of his sword, killing intent filled the sky. He once again slashed toward Measure Ruler Great Emperor and the other old monsters, who had been pushed back by the 3 old monsters' domineering auras. At the same time, he also slashed toward the other emperors who had been pushed back by the 3 old monsters. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance approached the dozen old monsters and old emperors. It was still an indiscriminate attack. It was extremely fierce. This is really, the group of cultivators was shocked. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Wuxing Crocodile and Ling Yun widened their eyes. They were so shocked by an old drunkard that they were almost dazed. Lin Tian looked at the sky. The light in his eyes became even brighter. He was really proud to have such a master. "You're going too far," the patriarch of the Saint Yin Yang sect shouted angrily. An old drunkard didn't take them seriously at all. With a loud boom, the strongest cultivator of the Yin Yang sect immediately unleashed a powerful aura. He used his emperor's power and laws to rapidly form a Tao rune formation. In the next moment, a black and white seal appeared from the Tao diagram. Its Yin and Yang aura was extremely strong. The pinnacle heavenly treasure of the Saint Yin Yang sect, the Yin Yang seal. The patriarch of the Yin Yang sect summoned this pinnacle heavenly treasure. Many cultivators were shocked. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 terrifying auras surged. A treasure flag appeared beside the patriarch of the desolate divine palace. An emperor's sword appeared above the patriarch of the immortal sword island. And a strange bronze all appeared in front of the patriarch of the heavenly demon divine sect. They were all manifested from different Tao pattern diagrams. It was obvious that they were using special divine arts to summon the heavenly treasures of their respective lineages. The Desolation Godly Palace's soul-suppressing flag, the Immortal Sword Island's immortal sealing sword, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect's Heavenly Demon Divine Sect. These are the pinnacle heavenly treasures used by the 3 top forces to suppress their power and providence. They've all been summoned here from a distance. Chapter 1182. The Yin Yang Seal, Sky Devil All, Soul Subduing Flag, and Immortal Sealing Sword were the 4 pinnacle heavenly treasures of the 4 sections. They were forcefully summoned from their respective sects by the old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect and hovered above their heads. Together with their cultivation of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm, they unleashed a terrifying aura and shattered an old drunkard's sort of eradication radiance. The cultivators were shocked. The 4 pinnacle heavenly treasures of the 4 sects were unleashed at the same time. The power was enough to shatter everything. These 4 old fogies must have been forced into a corner. They have all summoned the heavenly treasures of their respective sections. Whooshing Crocodile said, "We have no choice. If we don't do this, their lives will be in danger." Ling Yun said. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just stared ahead. An ear-piercing scream was heard. In front of them, the old ancestor of the Yin Yang sect and the other 3 had summoned their respective pinnacle heavenly treasures to block an old drunkard's sort of eradication radiance. However, the other ordinary emperors weren't so lucky. They were struck one by one. Many of them were sent flying while vomiting blood. Their emperors' bodies were shattered. 2 emperors of the 4th heaven were even destroyed. "Insolent brat," the 7 ultimate demonic emperor said coldly. Ryugen Daojuan's eyes were cold. With a rumble, the 2 old monsters used their great abilities to slash at an old drunkard. Emperor light surged and covered the sky. The extreme Yin Overlord also made his move. Boundless devil radiance instantly gathered and shot towards an old drunkard. They were dignified existences infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, existences that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. But now, a mere 100-some-year-old youth had attacked the 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, he had attacked the others twice in a row. This was a complete disdain for them. To them, it was a form of humiliation. In an instant, 3 terrifying forces intertwined. Various emperor light and runes flashed and occupied the entire area. "Kill!" A cold voice sounded. The 9th layer emperor of the Yin Yang sacred sect wielded the Yin Yang seal and charged towards an old drunkard. At the same time, the old ancestor of the Sky Demon Divine Sect, the old ancestor of the Immortal Sword Island, and the old ancestor of the Desolation Divine Palace, these 3 old monsters of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm all made their moves. They wielded their respective peak heavenly treasures and attacked an old drunkard. These 4 people had the cultivation of 9th heaven emperors and peak heavenly treasures. Their strength wasn't much weaker than the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other 2 old demons. The sky collapsed and the ground sank. Let's go too. Kill him. Kill. The other old monsters of the 9th heaven of Emperor Realm and dozens of Emperor Realm experts all had cold expressions. At this moment, they moved together and unleashed their killing lights towards an old drunkard. Dense monarch runes enveloped the entire area. These people were previously suppressed by an old drunkard. Now that the 3 old demons had appeared and the 4 peak old ancestors of the Yin-Yang sacred sect and the other 3 factions were all attacking an old drunkard with their peak heavenly treasures. It could be said that this was the best opportunity to kill an old drunkard. These people naturally didn't want to let go of this opportunity. They attacked together and flooded towards an old drunkard. The reincarnation origin is in front. Let the end come faster, the 7 absolute evil emperor said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz. A blood-colored skull appeared above his head with terrifying monarch runes intertwined. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Yin Overlord had cold expressions. A bronze lamp rushed out of Ryugen Daojun's body, while a broadsword rushed out of Extreme Yin Overlord's body. Both of them were intertwined with astonishing Dao runes and dense monarch light. The moment they appeared, they froze the entire area. They are all peak heavenly treasures. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. The 7 absolute evil emperor, Ryugen Daojun, and Extreme Yin Overlord all had peak heavenly treasures. How strong would people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm and had peak heavenly treasures be? Boom! In front, the sky collapsed. The 3 old demons, dozens of old monsters, dozens of old emperors, and 7 peak heavenly treasures enveloped an old drunkard at the same time. They truly sealed off every inch of the void and turned this place into a land of destruction. Yes, we can kill him. A 7th heavenly venerable realm expert who was attacking an old drunkard said. His attacks were even sharper as rays of monarch light shot out. This entire area was sealed off. All the destructive power was directed at an old drunkard. Old man, such a scene was a little scary. Lin Tian couldn't help but shout as he took a step forward. This. Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yan's expressions changed. An old drunkard might be powerful, but he was definitely in a situation of death when surrounded by so many experts and peak heavenly treasures. Fellow cultivator, receive the demon Lord Pagoda! Shouted the first supreme elder of the demon clan. He threw the demon emperor pagoda, the pinnacle of the demon emperor palace, towards the old drunkard. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The blood-red skull beside the 7 ultimate demonic emperors' shoulder shook. With the power of this peak heavenly treasure, it forcefully sent the demon, Lord Pagoda, out of the battlefield, preventing it from getting close to an old drunkard. This caused the first supreme elder of the demon race's expression to change. The other 2 supreme elders and Lu Yunzi were also moved. Boom! Billowing monarch aura intertwined in all directions, covering the entire battlefield in front. The destructive power completely surged towards an old drunkard. Your talent is heaven-defying. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant. Arrogant people don't live long. Ryugen Daojun said coldly. With a boom, the bronze lamp beside him released a dazzling monarch light, and the killing intent became even stronger. The other 2 old demons and the other emperors also increased their divine power again. The dense killing intent surged like an ocean. An old drunkard was among them. Facing the mighty killing intent, his expression did not change at all. He was calm and cold. With a buzzing sound, the void behind him cracked open, and a small world opened up. There were mountains and rivers, and in the center of this small world, there was an emperor's sword that was completely condensed from light. It was stabbed into the ground, and there were emperor runes engraved around it. Sword, come. An old drunkard spoke. With a clang, the emperor's sword was psychic. It rose from the ground and instantly rushed out of the small world, appearing in front of an old drunkard's chest. The emperor's sword was formed completely by light. There were no Tao patterns or monarch patterns on it. However, the moment an old drunkard held the emperor's sword, there was an earth-shattering and terrifying sword aura that surged. For a moment, the world shook. Holding the emperor's sword, an old drunkard raised his hand and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura swept out, shattering all the destructive killing intent that was pressing towards him. The entire space was filled with unparalleled sword aura, a pinnacle heavenly treasure emperor's sword. Wuxing Crocodile was dumbfounded. Lin Tian was even more shocked. His pupils constricted. That's an old drunkard still had some impression of the emperor's sword that he was holding. Although it was very different from before, he would never forget that it was the Nine Springs sword that an old drunkard had wielded. However, the Nine Springs sword that an old drunkard wielded back then was incomplete. Now, the Nine Springs sword that he wielded was complete. Moreover, its aura was much stronger than the Nine Springs sword back then. The difference was like heaven and earth. At the same time, far away, a group of cultivators' expressions changed. They were all shocked. That's right. That's the Nine Springs sword. Legend has it that it's a sacred weapon that grows in the Nine Springs secret realm. But wasn't it destroyed in the ancient times? He collected all the sacred weapons and evolved it to the pinnacle heavenly treasure level. The cultivators' hearts trembled. Even the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other old evildoers' expressions changed. Their emperor bodies couldn't help but tremble. A sacred weapon that was born naturally and evolved to the pinnacle heavenly treasure level was incomparable to an ordinary pinnacle heavenly treasure. It was at least twice as powerful. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. An old drunkard wielded the emperor-grade Nine Springs sword. Intertwined with the terminating Tao radiance, the sword slashed down. Chi, chi, chi. The space collapsed. Chaotic light overflowed. With one slash, everything was destroyed. Uft, uft, uft. Blood. Mist exploded. In the blink of an eye, the 3 emperors were shattered. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Among them, there was even an old evildoer at the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. In an instant, everyone trembled. This is... Ling Yun trembled. Lin Tian looked at the sky. He was shocked by an old drunkard again and again. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Too powerful. I suddenly feel that I've lived my life in vain. The first supreme elder of Demon King Palace murmured. Boom! In the sky, terrifying energy intertwined and rumbled. It shattered the heavens and cracked the earth. An old drunkard wielded the Nine Springs Emperor sword and strode across the shattered void. He used the terminating Tao radiance to activate the Emperor sword. He blocked everyone. He went against the 7 sects' pinnacle heavenly treasures. He attacked the 3 old evildoers and wiped out dozens of old evildoers and dozens of other emperors. Ah, there was an ear-piercing scream. A person at the 8th heaven of the emperor realm suffered. He was attacked by an old drunkard's terminating Tao radiance and Nine Springs sacred sword. In an instant, his body and soul were destroyed. On the other side, another expert at the 5th heaven of the emperor realm suffered as well. He was struck by the Nine Springs Emperor sword's sword chi. His sea of consciousness and soul were instantly destroyed. He died on the spot. Attack with all your might. Attack with all your might. Extreme Een Overlord yelled. Rumble. The 3 old evildoers attacked with all their might. They activated their pinnacle heavenly treasures to the limit. At the same time, the old ancestors of Inyang sect and Immortal Sword Island also attacked. They activated their pinnacle heavenly treasures to the strongest level, increasing their killing power by a few folds. They surged towards an old drunkard. Kill! The other emperors roared furiously. They attacked with all their might and no longer held back. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound as the color of the world changed. A destructive aura enveloped the entire area, and the sky was completely covered by pitch-black clouds. Dazzling bolts of lightning crisscrossed within, crackling with crackling sounds. Such a fluctuation sent chills down the spines of the ordinary cultivators far away. Even though they had retreated far away, they could not help but tremble in fear. They felt that their souls were about to shatter. Retreat! We still have to retreat! Someone yelled. Immediately, all the cultivators retreated, wanting to get as far away as possible. As they retreated, they looked at the battlefield in front of them. Suddenly, someone's expression changed. That battlefield. Why is someone walking over? Someone pointed at the battlefield. What? Someone looked over in shock. He was also shocked. There's really someone there. An old drunkard and a group of emperors were fighting fiercely in the sky. The pinnacle, heavenly treasures of the 8 sects collided. Destructive auras filled every inch of space, covering an area of 10,000 feet. However, at this moment, 2 figures appeared on the battlefield. One was a woman in a white dress, and the other was a girl in a red dress. They walked on the shattered ground. The woman in the white dress was in front, and the girl in the red dress was behind her. They seemed to have come from the other side of the battlefield. They're walking towards us. These 2 people. Ling Yin saw the 2 figures as well. His eyes were filled with shock. In such a devastating battlefield, there was actually someone who could walk so unscathed. Wuxing Crocodile opened his eyes wide. That's... Lin Tian was even more moved and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Wui! And AI. Chapter 1183. Within the destructive battlefield, 2 women walked through it, their footsteps calm and unhurried. They immediately shocked everyone. How can they walk freely in such a battlefield? Every cultivator was shocked. At this time, an old drunkard was fighting with dozens of emperors in the sky, and there were 8 peak heavenly treasures clashing with each other. Destructive power surged, and many of them fell to the ground in waves. It basically contained the killing power of all the experts and heavenly treasures on the battlefield. It was truly a destructive area. Even a 9th heavenly layer emperor would be shattered instantly if he was in such a position. However, at this moment, 2 women were walking calmly in the battlefield. The 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. They stared at the 2 women in disbelief. Such a scene really had a visual impact. Wu Yi Xiao AI. Lin Tian was surprised. When he first met Wu Yi in the 7th heaven and parted with her in the 7th heaven, he always remembered this extremely beautiful woman. Even after so many years, he still recognized Wu Yi at a glance. She was wearing a white silk dress, but he still recognized her at a glance. As for the lively red-clothed girl beside Wu Yi, he thought for a moment and recognized her. Without a doubt, she was little AI. After so many years, little AI had also grown into a slender and elegant girl. They actually came. 5 Elements Crocodile's eyes widened as he recognized Wu Yi and AI. Hearing the words of one person and one crocodile, Ling Yun was taken aback. You know each other? Yes, the woman in the white dress walking at the front. Her strength is very terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He still remembered that in the 7th heavens, no return immortal island, Wu Yi scared the 6/8 heavenly layer emperors with just one sentence. Boom! In front of them, endless destructive power interweaved. The space was collapsing and the earth was sinking. The terrifying power was shocking. That was the abyss of destruction. Wu Yi wore a white dress and walked over from the other side of the battlefield. She ignored the battle between an old drunkard and the dozens of emperors in the sky. She appeared very calm. Wherever she passed, the shattered space and cracked earth calmed down and returned to their original state. It was as if a withered flower had been reborn. Little AI was already more than 10 years old and appeared to be very lively. She followed behind Wu Yi and looked to the east and west from time to time. It's really not affected at all. The ground, the void are all recovering. Who are they? But that woman in white, she's so beautiful. All the cultivators widened their eyes. They were shocked that Wu Yi and AI were able to pass through the battlefield unscathed. At the same time, there were quite a few people who looked at Wu Yi. They were shocked by Wu Yi's stunning appearance. Boom! 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 The battlefield was chaotic and destructive power overflowed. An old drunkard wielded the 9 Springs Emperor sword to fight against dozens of emperors. At this moment, he naturally noticed Wu Yi and little AI walking through the battlefield. His eyes immediately narrowed and revealed a trace of shock. At the same time, the 7 absolute evil emperor and the other 2 old demons and the other old monsters and emperors also noticed Wu Yi and little AI. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and their killing momentum involuntarily slowed down a lot. Wu Yi walked on foot and brought little AI through the destructive battlefield. She didn't react to everything around her. She didn't care about the dozens of emperors fighting in the sky or the destructive ripples in the surroundings. She simply walked in a straight line towards Lin Tian. She didn't waste any time and walked out of the battlefield and arrived in front of Lin Tian. Big brother Lin. AI jumped out from behind Wu Yi. Even though they had been separated for so many years and she had grown into a slender and elegant young lady, she didn't feel estranged from Lin Tian at all. She immediately pounced onto Lin Tian. Xiao AI. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. AI let go of Lin Tian and said happily, "Hee." Big brother Lin immediately recognized the grown-up AI. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile again and immediately looked towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi stood in front of him. She wore a white silk dress and looked as though she had walked out of a painting. She was quiet and cold, and her absolute beauty caused the heaven and earth to lose some color. However, she didn't speak and only looked at him quietly. This made him feel slightly awkward. He knew that Wu Yi didn't like to talk, so he took the initiative to speak. "Wu Yi, long time no see." Wu Yi responded very softly, like a gentle breeze. Lin Tian was already used to this and smiled lightly at Wu Yi. We saw the spiritual imprint at that time, and then Master brought AI here. Big brother Lin, don't worry. With Master here, no one can make things difficult for Big brother Lin. Little AI said and looked at Lin Tian with starry eyes. However, Big brother Lin is so powerful. He actually has the most powerful and mysterious king physique in the legends. This kind of king physique has never appeared before. After cultivating with Wu Yi for so many years, AI naturally knew a lot and was very clear about the 12 king physiques. Lin Tian smiled again and looked towards Wu Yi. "Thank you." Wu Yi looked at him and shook her head lightly. "Miss Wu Yi, long time no see." Hello." Whooshing Crocodile and Wu Yi said. Wu Yi looked towards Whooshing Crocodile and nodded lightly in return. Ling Yin looked at Wu Yi. At this time, he truly saw Wu Yi's appearance, and his eyes immediately widened. "Yeah, so beautiful." Little Tai Chu looked at Wu Yi at this time, and a pair of big watery eyes immediately lit up. It flew past Lin Tian and didn't feel unfamiliar at all. It came to Wu Yi's chest and looked up at Wu Yi. It blinked its beautiful eyes and called out in a childish voice, "Yeah, Wu Yi, Wu Yi." Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he saw the little guy take the initiative to be so intimate with someone they just met. Wu Yi lowered her head and looked at little Taichu. She paused for a moment, then reached out and held little Taichu in the palm of her hand. Hello! Her expression was very calm, and her voice was very soft. As usual, she used her divine sense to communicate. Yeah. The little guy called out to Wu Yi again, and its watery eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons. Wu Yi paused again, and a light smile appeared on his face. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming, and he hugged the little fellow to his chest. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Seeing the smile on Wu Yi's face, he couldn't help but smile and whisper to himself, "It's really rare." In the past, he and Wu Yi stayed together in the 7th heaven for a year, but he really didn't see Wu Yi smile more than a few times. Not far away, the 3 supreme elders of the Demon King Palace and Lu Yunzi were sizing Wu Yi up. Then they were shocked. Even with their current cultivation, they couldn't see through Wu Yi. Even when the supreme elder of the Demon King Palace used the power of the Demon King Pagoda to secretly investigate, he couldn't find anything. His divine sense directly disappeared around Wu Yi. At the same time, in the sky, an old drunkard stopped attacking, and the other emperors also couldn't help but stop attacking. At this time, they couldn't help but look at Wu Yi in front of Lin Tian. Wu Yi had previously passed through the destruction zone where they were fighting, giving people a great sense of awe. These people couldn't help but be moved by it. Who are you? Are you also here to protect the samsara body? The 7 ultimate evil emperors' eyes fell on Wu Yi, and he asked coldly. Next to Wu Yi, AI stared at the 7 ultimate evil emperor and snorted. You want to take Brother Lin's origin? You won't succeed. The 7 ultimate evil emperor's eyes immediately turned cold, and he looked at AI ruthlessly. Little girl, you have no right to speak here. As he said that, a powerful spiritual pressure directly rushed towards AI, like a monstrous sea pressing down on her. Wu Yi tilted his head and looked at the 7 ultimate evil emperor. In an instant, the 7 ultimate evil emperor was struck by lightning, and the spiritual pressure that was pressing towards AI collapsed on the spot. He staggered back more than 10 steps in the void. After retreating a dozen steps and stabilizing his body, this old monster who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes involuntarily showed a strong sense of fear, and his emperor body could not help but tremble. Such a scene immediately shocked all the cultivators in this place. What's going on? She, just one look, and it actually caused the 7 ultimate demonic emperor, caused that person to, all the cultivators were horrified. The 7 ultimate evil emperor was a super old monster who had lived for more than 200,000 years and was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Now he was trembling and retreating just because of a young girl's look, and there was fear in his eyes. All the cultivators were shocked. Although Wuxing Crocodile knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Previously, the 6 8th heaven emperors from the immortal island of no return trembled in fear because of Wu Yi's words. Now, the 7 ultimate evil emperor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was also trembling in fear because of Wu Yi's look. Ling Yan's eyes widened. At this moment, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him, and he was almost petrified. The 3 grand elders of the Demon Lord Palace and Lu Yunzi couldn't help but tremble, and there was disbelief in their eyes. An old monster who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm was trembling in fear because of a person's look. How can this be? In the battlefield above the sky, the other 2 old monsters and the group of emperors also looked at Wu Yi in shock. The powerful 7 ultimate evil emperor was actually frightened into retreating just because of a single glance. This was simply too inconceivable. Even an old drunkard was shocked, and there were streaks of light in his eyes as he looked at Wu Yi in disbelief. Chapter 1184. This mountain range in the north region had been completely destroyed. It was unknown how much it had sunk. Scorching hot underground magma had long emerged, scorching much of the land. Every inch of space was mixed with destructive emperor chi. At this moment, all the fighting stopped. Everyone's gaze landed on Wu Yi. A person who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm was actually trembling from just a gaze. This was too shocking and inconceivable. Taoist Seventh Absolute, what's going on? Ryugen Daojun asked the Seventh Absolute Demonic Emperor in a deep voice. Extreme Yin Overlord and dozens of other emperors also looked at the Seventh Absolute Demonic Emperor. The Seventh Absolute Demonic Emperor's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His gaze landed on Wu Yi as his body trembled uncontrollably. I don't know. He didn't know why he was like this. He didn't feel any terrifying aura. In other words, he didn't feel anything at all. However, even so, when he met Wu Yi's calm gaze, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He only felt that his body was enveloped by a boundless darkness and was filled with oppression. You don't know? Such words caused Ryugen Daojun and dozens of emperors to frown. A group of cultivators extremely far away were also puzzled. The Seventh Absolute Demonic Emperor was trembling in fear, but he couldn't say why. What was this? Many people were stunned. Lin Tian's expression was very normal. He looked at Wu Yi beside him and didn't say anything. In this place, the vast mountain range was dilapidated to the extreme. The sky was pitch black and powerful electric arcs were crackling incessantly. The destructive aura interweaved in every inch of space. It was extremely frightening. Wu Yi hugged little Taichu. Her expression was very calm. Bits of light intertwined from her body. This light was very peaceful. There wasn't a trace of terrifying fluctuation. However, it seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth. It caused the 3,000 great Tao to appear instantly. It was like fairies jumping around Wu Yi. At the same time, the collapsed space in this place instantly reformed. The pitch-black sky returned to its original state, and the destructive aura dissipated. Everything fell silent. Instantly, all of the cultivators present began to tremble. The more powerful a person was, the more shocked they felt. This is, the 3,000 great Daos are submitting. No, it's not like that. It's because of her existence. She. Everyone was horrified. The 7 Absolute Demonic Emperor trembled even more violently. Ryugen Daojun and Extreme Yin Overlord's eyelids twitched violently. They couldn't help but tremble. The other ninth heavens, old monsters, and dozens of emperors were even more terrified. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Even someone as powerful as an old drunkard narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wu Yi. The light in his eyes became even brighter. This aura is already at that height, he whispered. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor stumbled back again, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at Wu Yi as if he was looking at an ancient god. Sky Sovereign, you've reached that level. The man's voice trembled as cold sweat drenched his entire body. All of a sudden, all of the cultivators in the area were shocked, completely shaken by these words. She's a sky sovereign. 9 great sky sovereigns. There's such a person in the 10 heavens. All the cultivators were shocked. The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes and looked at Wu Yi in shock. It knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, but it never expected her to be so powerful. She was actually at the height of the sky sovereign realm. My God! Ling Yin was dumbfounded. The 3 grand elders of the demon imperial palace and Lu Yunzi were also shocked. Their eyes fell on Wu Yi, and they couldn't help but tremble. She was at the height of the sky sovereign realm, a living legend. At this moment, in this place, only Lin Tian's expression remained normal. Back in the 7th heaven, Wu Yi had seen through his reincarnation physique at a glance. He had long known that Wu Yi was at least at the Sky Sovereign realm. Ryugin Daojun, Extreme Yin Overlord, and the other emperors felt a chill down their spines. They could clearly see that Wu Yi and Lin Tian had an unusual relationship. They came here to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, but they didn't know that there was such a terrifying character behind Lin Tian, an existence at the Sky Sovereign realm. They came here to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. Didn't they provoke this Sky Sovereign in front of them? These people looked at Wu Yi and Lin Tian, and they all panicked. Wu Yi hugged the little Taichu, and his gaze fell on the three old demons, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other emperors. The sky suddenly lit up, and 3,000 great Daos jumped. Strands of divine radiance fell from the sky. The divine radiance was very peaceful, and there was no power to speak of. However, it was like the sacred light of heaven and earth. Other than an old drunkard, the three old demons, the old ancestor of the Yin-Yang sect, and the other emperors were all shrouded in it. Instantly, these people were all shocked. Miserable screams rang out. The emperors all trembled, and the Emperor Qi and laws around their bodies became chaotic. After 3 breaths, the radiance in the sky disappeared, and everything returned to its original state. This place was still the same as before. No one was injured and no one was bleeding. However, the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other emperors trembled even more violently. Their auras were much weaker, and many of them retreated in the void. My cultivation, you've weakened our cultivation. The emperors were terrified. At this moment, other than an old drunkard, all of them who were standing in the sky had their cultivation reduced by 7 small stages. The 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the other old demons were reduced to the 2nd stage of the emperor realm. Some of them even fell from the emperor realm. The Emperor Qi around their bodies disappeared without a trace, and they had aged several times. These people trembled. Cultivating in the emperor realm was extremely difficult. To raise 1 minor rank in the emperor realm required a large amount of time and endless effort. However, in just 3 breaths of time, all of them had their cultivation shaved off by 7 minor ranks. Moreover, some of them had their cultivation shaved off from the emperor realm. This was worse than killing them. Their cultivation has been reduced. 7 ultimate demonic emperor, their auras have all weakened. Much weaker. Someone fell from the emperor realm. All of the cultivators were trembling in fear. So terrifying. Ling Yin shrunk his neck and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 old monsters who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, a dozen old monsters and dozens of emperors were weakened at the same time. A portion of them were even knocked down to the emperor realm. Such power was truly frightening. Even the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace and Lu Yunzi couldn't help but tremble as they all took in a cold breath. No, my cultivation. Return my cultivation to me. In the sky, dozens of emperors cried out in grief, especially those who had fallen from the emperor realm. Their eyes were filled with blood. They were high and mighty emperors just a moment ago, but now they had fallen from the emperor realm to the nirvana realm. How cruel and despairing was this! It was as though they had fallen from heaven to hell. Wu Yi looked at these people without any change in expression. He was still very calm. A gentle breeze blew forward with him as the center, landing on the wailing 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the others. Then there were loud bangs as the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and dozens of emperors were all sent flying. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Instantly, the place became completely silent. Then, far away, the cultivators' hearts trembled again. This is the power of a heavenly venerable. This is really, these people trembled. They were all deeply shocked by Wu Yi's power. Master, You're too merciful to only reduce their cultivation. AI muttered. Wu Yi didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Tian and was as calm as ever. Lin Tian knew that Wu Yi didn't like to talk. He took the initiative and said with a smile, "Thank you." Wu Yi was such a quiet person, but he came here for him. This made him very happy. Wu Yi shook his head gently. "As long as you're safe." Yeah. Little Taichu was hugged by Wu Yi's chest. He looked very comfortable and called out to Lin Tian in a cute voice. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He scolded jokingly, "You're really enjoying it." As he spoke, he introduced little Taichu to Wu Yi. Absolute beginning. Wu Yi looked at little Taichu and called out using his divine perception. Yeah. Little Taichu looked up and replied to Wu Yi in a cute voice. It had to be said that this little guy was really cute. Even a quiet person like Wu Yi smiled again. Lin Tian stood in front of Wu Yi. Seeing the smile on Wu Yi's face, he couldn't help but smile as well. This. Not far away, Ling Yin saw this scene and opened his mouth. He looked at Lin Tian Wu Yi, and then at the little Taichu in Wu Yi's arms. He muttered, "Why do they look like a family of 3? Wuxing Crocodile nodded. "Oh, you don't say, they really do look like one." Lin Tian naturally heard Ling Yin and Wuxing Crocodile's conversation. He glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he quickly turned his head to look at the sky. There, the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others who had tried to seize his reincarnation origin were all swept away by Wu Yi's weakening of their realms. Only the old drunkard was left standing in the void. "Oh, master, you can come down now." He smiled. An old drunkard smiled. The 9 springs sword returned to the small world in his body. In the next moment, it disappeared from the sky and appeared beside Lin Tian. "Not bad, kid. You actually remember that your master is here. Your mind isn't filled with beautiful women." An old drunkard hugged Lin Tian's neck and moved back to his usual lazy self. Chapter 1185. Hearing an old drunkard's words, Lin Tian was both embarrassed and speechless. This old fellow was teasing him for no reason. He coughed dryly and introduced an old drunkard to Wu Yi. Then he introduced an old drunkard to Wu Yi. An old drunkard let go of his hand that was around Lin Tian's neck and said to Wu Yi, "Many thanks, young lady, for coming here for this foolish brat." Wu Yi looked at an old drunkard and shook her head. She remained very quiet and didn't say anything. She stood beside Lin Tian and looked down at little Taichu. Lin Tian then introduced an old drunkard to the 3 grand elders of Demon Imperial Palace and Thousand/Sword Emperor Lu Yunzi. At the same time, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to these emperors. This time, the old ancestor of the sacred Yin-Yang sect and dozens of emperors came to steal his reincarnation origin. These experts rushed over to help. No matter what the reason was, he had to thank them. "Thank you for helping my foolish disciple." The old drunkard had a lazy smile on his face as he simply thanked the 3 grand elders of the Demon King Palace and Lu Yunzi. "Dao friend is too polite. Lord Lin is the brother of our Demon Emperor. Protecting him is the highest order given by our Demon Emperor. It is the duty of our Demon Emperor." The 1st Grand Elder of Demon Imperial Palace spoke. Although he had lived for much longer than an old drunkard, he was very polite to an old drunkard. His eyes were filled with admiration and sorrow. "It is Dao friend's strength that makes me blush with shame." The word prodigy was probably prepared for Dao friend. He was only a little over 100 years old and had reached the peak of 9th heaven of Emperor Realm. He even grasped the terminus Great Dao, which was ranked first among the 3,000 Great Daos. Such talent was truly shocking. It is just a different encounter. An old drunkard smiled. "Dao friend is too humble," Lu Yunzi said. Lu Yunzi was dressed in a black robe. After he finished speaking, he nodded at the old drunkard, the 3 grand elders of the Demon Emperor Palace, Lin Tian, Wu Yi, and the others. After bidding farewell to the group, he waved his hand and pulled Ling Yun to his side. Ling Yun's eyes widened as he had a bad premonition. "Old man, what are you doing?" "Our agreement back, then, was to give you some freedom. A few years have passed since then. Come and cultivate with me," Lu Yunzi said. Ling Yun's eyes widened even more as he recalled the tragic situation when he was cultivating with Lu Yunzi. If they weren't fighting evil spirits, they were fighting to the death with ferocious demons. There was almost no time for rest. He immediately shouted, "No, no, old man, let go. Let me play again. No, let me and Brat Lin train for a while more." Lu Yunzi's face darkened, and he tore open a huge rift in the void. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He smiled at Ling Yun and said, "Don't worry and follow Senior Lu to cultivate. Next time, we'll meet again in the Emperor Realm. Little pervert, you have to be strong." Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but laugh. Back then, Ling Yun had said that he and Lu Yunzi had been miserable during their cultivation. Now that Lu Yunzi wanted to bring Ling Yun away to cultivate, it knew that Ling Yun was going to undergo inhumane training again. "Goodbye, pervert." Little Taichu was being carried by Wu Yi. It waved its little paws at Ling Yun and said in a childish voice. Ling Yun's face was sullen. He wanted to struggle, but how could he struggle free? He was directly taken away by Lu Yunzi. Lin Tian looked at the spot where Lu Yunzi and Ling Yun left and couldn't help but smile. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past this place, bringing with it a trace of cold air. That was because the air in the north region was originally a little cold. An old drunkard glanced at Lin Tian. At this time he hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck and said, "Speaking of which, kid, you're not bad. You found a demon king as your sister, and now you have a celestial venerable's daughter. Not bad." An old drunkard glanced at Wu Yi and whispered, "Oh, right. Have you made any progress with the immortal spiritual body that I picked for you?" Lin Tian: "This old fellow is not serious at all." He coughed dryly and changed the topic. He asked an old drunkard, "Have you surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal?" "He's already deduced the sixth seal?" Watching old drunkards battle, he was a little surprised that the four-symbol seal had been used 6 times in a row. "I was just tinkering with it when I was free, and it reached the 6th layer." An old drunkard said casually. Lin Tian: "He was just tinkering with it when he was free, and he had surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal and reached the 6th layer from the 4th seal. Wasn't that a little too easy? One had to know that this was a sealing technique created by the ancient celestial venerables. It was already at the pinnacle of power. How could it be so easy to break through and reach the 6th layer? What kind of amazing talent and aptitude did one have to be to break through the four-symbol seal to such a level? He looked at an old drunkard speechlessly. An old drunkard naturally saw Lin Tian's surprise, but he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Do you want to learn it?" "Of course." Lin Tian nodded. How could he not learn the 6th layer of the four-symbol seal? This was a super-killing technique. Old drunkard smiled and pointed his finger. A divine sense imprint entered Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt that there were many things in his sea of consciousness, densely packed, runes intertwined, and they were connected to the 5th and 6th layers of the four-symbol seal that an old drunkard had deduced after breaking through the 4th layer of the four-symbol seal. It was incomparably profound, and it seemed to contain the operation of tens of thousands of Daos. He couldn't help but be shocked again. How terrifying! He said these 2 words in his heart. "Old man, you're really a freak," he said to an old drunkard. An old drunkard had surpassed the limits of the four-symbol seal and deduced the 5th and 6th layers of the four-symbol seal. It was really shocking. He couldn't imagine how an old drunkard had deduced it to this extent. An old drunkard slapped him. "What freak? Say something good to your dear master." Lin Tian rolled his eyes. An old drunkard smiled and let go of Lin Tian's neck again. All right, kid, I'm going back. An old drunkard said goodbye to the 3 Grand Supreme Elders of the Demon King Palace and Wu Yi. He also said a few things to Lin Tian. Then he directly tore open the heavenly domain barrier and disappeared into the mountains. A peerless prodigy, the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace, looked at an old drunkard's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh and feel shocked. Then this demon race powerhouse's gaze fell on Wu Yi, and an even more obvious shock appeared in his eyes. A heavenly venerable one was standing in front of him, and appearing in this place, it was impossible not to be shocked. Beside him, the other 2 Grand Supreme Elders also looked at Wu Yi in shock. And then the 3 powerful eternal demon emperors looked at each other, and then at Wu Yi, and then at Lin Tian. There was a strange light in their eyes, and they nodded to each other. Then the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace walked up to Lin Tian and whispered to Lin Tiandao, "Sir Lin Tiandao, may I have a word with you?" Lin Tian was a little puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately followed the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace to the side. "Senior, please speak," he said. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace looked at Wu Yi and then said to Lin Tiandao, "This old man can see that Sir Lin and that Wu Yi's relationship is not ordinary. Could I ask Sir Lin to step forward and ask that girl to do our tribe a favor? Did something happen?" Lin Tiandao could see the worry in the eyes of the first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace nodded. Sir Lin's eyes are sharp. Indeed, something has happened. As he spoke, the Eternal Demon Emperor continued. Previously, when Sir Lin's reincarnation constitution was exposed to the world, the Demon King used a sliver of aura that he had left in the Demon King Pagoda to summon an Emperor's shadow, and ordered our tribe to protect Sir Lin with all our might. Our tribe also learned that the Demon King is now trapped in an ancient place and unable to escape. The Eternal Demon Emperor's worry deepened. But with our strength, it is difficult to enter that ancient place, and we cannot help the Demon King. Therefore, we would like to ask Lady Wu Yi for help. With Lady Wu Yi's heavenly venerate strength, she will definitely be able to help the Demon King break free. What? Lin Tian was shocked. Violet Fairy was trapped in some unknown place. Beside him, Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. That can't be. That stunning Demon King is actually trapped? Almost at the same time, not far away, Wu Yi looked over. His gaze landed on the first Grand Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace. What happened to Ling? Although she had been very quiet, she was very clear about everything that was happening around her. The first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace was shocked. The other 2 Grand Elders were also shocked. Ling as the Grand Elder of Demonic Emperor Palace. The 3 of them naturally knew that the Demonic Emperor's name was Violet Fairy. At this time, Wu Yi actually called Violet Fairy Ling. It was very intimate, and the 3 Eternal Demon Emperors were a little surprised. Wu Yi and Little Violet's best friend, Lin Tian explained. The 3 Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. This heavenly venerate before them was the best friend of their Demon King Palace's Demon King. The 3 powerful eternal demon emperors were stumped. Their Demon King Palace's Demon King Palace actually had a heavenly venerate human friend. They had never heard of such a thing. Ling, what's wrong? Wu Yi sent his divine sense again. Big Sister Violet, what happened? Is she in danger? AI also asked. Seniors, please explain clearly. What's wrong with Little Violet? Where is she trapped? Lin Tian spoke anxiously. He was very worried that Violet Fairy was trapped. The 3 Grand Elders of the Demon King Palace knew that Wu Yi and the Demon King Palace were good friends. They were both surprised, and pleasantly surprised. At this time, facing the anxious looks of Lin Tian and the others, they did not hesitate. They took a deep breath and said, "Sealed dust, ancient region." Sealed dust, ancient region? Lin Tian frowned. Chapter 1186. Sealed dust, ancient region. This was the first time Lin Tian had heard of it. Wuxing Crocodile was also bewildered. Wu Yi tilted her head, looking towards the southern region. She was expressionless, but it was clear that she knew about Sealed Dust Ancient Region. Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder looked at Wu Yi, and then at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile. "It's normal that you don't know about Sealed Dust Ancient Region. That's a very special space, and only emperors know about it." As he spoke, the Demon Emperor continued, "The eastern region, western region, southern region, and northern region that we are in now are only half of the ninth heaven. The other half is Sealed Dust Ancient Region." "What?" "The eastern region, western region, southern region, and northern region added together are not the complete ninth heaven." Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The first great elder of the Fey Imperial Palace nodded and said, "The Sealed Dust Ancient Region occupies half of the ninth heaven. It's a very vast world that has existed since ancient times. A very terrifying ancient race lives in it, the Netherworld race." "Wait, Nether race?" Wuxing Crocodile was startled and couldn't help but interrupt Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder. "You know of this race?" Lin Tian looked at him. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. "I've seen records of this race in an ancient book. They are like humans, but not humans, beasts, but not beasts. They cultivate mainly in the form of nether chi, and are very terrifying." As he spoke, he looked at Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder. "However, according to the records in that ancient book, isn't this race extinct long ago?" Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder shook his head. "The Nether race is very strong. They are evil by nature, tyrannical and cruel. They are not extinct. The records of this race in the ancient books are very different from the real situation." Then the first Supreme Elder of the Demon Imperial Palace continued, "This clan was born in the Sealed Dust Ancient Region. A group of Netherworld tribesmen once walked out of the Sealed Dust Ancient Region. They were extremely powerful. They burned, killed, and plundered in the 10 directions heavenly domains, causing countless lives to be lost. Then a few supreme experts of the human clan appeared and killed this group of Netherworld tribesmen. They sacrificed their lives and souls to seal the passage from the Sealed Dust Ancient Region to this side, causing the Netherworld tribesmen to be suppressed in the Sealed Dust Ancient Region, unable to enter this side to cause trouble. The sealed passage is at the border of the southern region, opposite the Netherworld abyss." Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He had never heard of such ancient history before. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. "Since that passage is sealed, why is Demon Emperor in Sealed Dust Ancient Region?" Hearing Wuxing Crocodile's question, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. "We don't know. We only know that Lord Demon Emperor seems to have entered Sealed Dust Ancient Region to search for something. Now he is trapped in an ancient land in Sealed Dust Ancient Region." Demon Lord Palace's first Grand Elder shook his head and looked at Wu Yi. "Please, Miss Wu Yi, with our strength, we can't pass through that seal and enter Sealed Dust Ancient Region to help Lord Demon Emperor. However, you can definitely do it." Wu Yi was at the Heavenly Venerable Realm. He believed that Wu Yi, who was at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, could definitely pass through that seal and bring Lord Demon Emperor out safely. Wu Yi nodded. She looked at Lin Tian and said softly, "Take care of AI. I will go over there and bring Linger back." "You want to go over there alone?" Lin Tian listened to Wu Yi's words. Wu Yi was obviously planning to go to Sealed Dust Ancient Region alone. He said, "I want to go too." He might not be able to help much if he went to Sealed Dust Ancient Region. Wu Yi alone was enough to bring back the Violet Fairy. Even so, he still had to go. He had to go because this matter was related to the Violet Fairy. Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian. She didn't say anything and nodded lightly. AI also wants to go find Sister Purple. AI shouted. Wu Yi looked at AI and didn't say anything. Lord Crocodile also wants to go. Whooshing Crocodile said. Yeah. Little Tai Chu was carried by Wu Yi. He called out in a childish voice. Naturally, he wanted to go as well. Lin Tianyi smiled and looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded. She didn't say anything and didn't do anything. She instantly brought Lin Tianyi and the others and disappeared. The 3 demon Imperial Palace Grand Elders were shocked. They knew that Lin Tian and the others disappeared because Wu Yi brought them and moved. They couldn't help but be shocked. This was because during this process, they didn't feel any trace of divine power or spatial ripples. It was as if they were moving with the help of heaven and earth. This is a heavenly venerable rank expert. Truly terrifying. The 2nd Grand Elder of this faction said, "This way, Demon Imperial Palace should be able to escape very soon." The 1st Grand Elder of Demon Imperial Palace said, "The 3 emperors didn't stay in this place for too long. They tore apart the void and went to the Demon Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, only a group of cultivators remained standing in the distance. Many of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They were shocked by Lin Tian's physique of reincarnation, shocked by the relationship between Lin Tian and the Demon Emperor, shocked by the strength of the old drunkard, and even more shocked by the appearance of an Empyrean-level existence like Wu Yi. Many of them were stunned. The 9th heaven, the border of the southern region. There was a huge abyss at the border of the southern region. It was dark below, and it was difficult to tell how deep it was. At this moment, at the edge of the abyss, the figures of Lin Tian and the others appeared silently, without the slightest fluctuation in the air. Lin Tianyi saw the huge abyss in front of him, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Is this the netherworld abyss? Yes, it's the netherworld abyss. Lord Crocodile knows this. Whooshing Crocodile said. The bottom of the netherworld abyss couldn't be seen, and it was very wide. It was surrounded by wisps of blue mist. It was as cold as Yin Qi, but it was obviously not Yin Qi. Lin Tian frowned. Is this netherworld Qi? It should be. Whooshing Crocodile said. It didn't know about the sealed dust ancient region, but it had read some records and descriptions of the netherworld race and netherworld Qi in ancient books. The description of netherworld Qi in the book was very similar to the blue mist in this place. Lin Tian looked at the blue netherworld Qi and sensed it with his divine power. He frowned slightly. It's very corrosive and aggressive. After that, he shook his head and said to Wu Yi, "Let's go to the sealed dust ancient region first and find Little Purple." Little Purple is now trapped in an ancient land in the sealed dust ancient region. Now is not the time to explore other things. Wu Yi nodded. The next moment he disappeared with Lin Tianyi and the others, appearing on the other side of the netherworld abyss. Chapter 1187. The blue vortex had a diameter of a few dozen feet. It was surrounded by a faint mist that was rotating slightly. This is the passage between the sealed dust ancient region and this side. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange glint. Wu Yi nodded in response. The group walked forward and came within a few dozen feet of the blue vortex. Instantly, a transparent barrier appeared. At the same time, there was a formless energy that interweaved and cut off the path ahead. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. She immediately felt that this formless energy was extraordinary. She felt the firmness of the transparent barrier. Even someone at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm couldn't break it. How did the Demon Emperor enter? Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. He also felt the shocking part of the barrier and couldn't help but frown. Lin Tian shook her head. Although she was puzzled, she didn't care about it at this time. She tilted her head and looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi raised her hand and placed it on the transparent barrier. Circles of divine light interweaved and spread around the barrier. Wang. The blue light screen vibrated. Strands of Dao light gathered around Wu Yi's right hand and penetrated the other side of the transparent barrier. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. This sealing barrier, Lin Tian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Wu Yi was a heavenly venerable level existence. However, more than half an hour had passed, and she still couldn't pass through the sealing barrier. Moreover, this was only from the sealed dust ancient region. The difficulty of passing through was definitely several times easier than coming here from the sealed dust ancient region. After all, the main power of the seal was to prevent the netherworld race from coming here from the sealed dust ancient region. Even with Wu Yi's heavenly venerable level strength, it took him so long to reach the sealed dust ancient region. He couldn't help but be moved. It was hard to imagine how powerful the seal was. As expected of the seal that those experts sacrificed their lives and souls to set up. It's really amazing. Whooshing crocodile sighed. It was also at this time that the light around Wu Yi's body became denser. Circles of light spread out and enveloped Lin Tian and the others. "We're leaving," she said softly. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. "Done?" Wu Yi nodded lightly. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed, and the group disappeared at the same time. His vision was shrouded in darkness, and he couldn't see anything. Space would vibrate from time to time, and Lin Tian knew that he was passing through the void tunnel leading to the sealed dust ancient region. Thus he was extremely quiet and focused his mind, not moving at all. After an unknown period of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of them. The void silently broke open, and an invisible force shook them out of the tunnel and landed on the solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, they were currently in a mountainous area. The space was somewhat dusky, and the soil was scarlet red. There was a faint blue mist floating in the air, intertwining with a cold intent. The spiritual qi seemed to be very thin. This is the sealed dust ancient region. A strange light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The netherworld energy is everywhere. This is definitely the sealed dust ancient region. Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Then he didn't think too much and looked at Wu Yi beside him. Wu Yi nodded lightly. The group quickly left this place and soared into the sky. Each of them spread out their powerful divine sense and began to search for the purple fairy's aura. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of them trembled. A majestic netherworld energy wave rolled over, and the aura was incomparably cold. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a large amount of sword qi slashed forward. Then, with a swoosh, the netherworld energy wave was cut into pieces. However, Lin Tian's expression changed. In the process of releasing the sword qi, he clearly felt that the circulation of his divine power was not smooth. Whooshing crocodile saw Lin Tian's strange expression and asked, "What's wrong, kid?" Lin Tian didn't hide anything. He simply explained that the circulation of his divine power was not smooth. Whooshing crocodile was suspicious. He tried to circulate his own demonic power and then showed a trace of surprise. Lord Crocodile's demonic power is also not smooth. It's like his blood, flesh, and meridians are blocked by something. AI tried to circulate the divine power in his body and said, AI too. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi. Then, he looked at little Tai Chu on Wu Yi's shoulder. "Little guy, what about you?" Wu Yi looked at Lin Tian and shook his head gently. Obviously, the problem that Lin Tian said was not the case. Yeah. Little Tai Chu shook its wings. An array of 6 colors divine light was released. It was no different from usual. Obviously, it was not affected. It seems that people above the emperor rank are not affected. Lin Tiandao said, "Moreover, this should only be caused by the environment. After some time, we will gradually adapt to this space, and we should be able to return to normal. Well, it's the same as Lord Crocodile's thoughts. Whooshing Crocodile said, they used to live in an environment rich in spiritual energy. Now that they suddenly appeared in this sealed dust ancient region within spiritual energy and netherworld energy, it was normal for their divine power to not be able to circulate smoothly for a while. As long as they get used to the environment here, the circulation of divine power will naturally return to normal. It's just a matter of time. Lin Tian nodded, looked at Wu Yi, and walked away again. He released a stronger divine sense to explore the surroundings, looking for the traces of the purple elf. At the same time, the entire ninth heaven was in an uproar. The undead ghost emperor exposed Lin Tian's physique, and the battle between the emperors in the mountains of the northern region shocked the entire ninth heaven. The images of that battle were released by some cultivators who watched the battle. In the blink of an eye, they floated in every corner of the ninth heaven, causing countless cultivators and major forces to tremble. That Lin Tian is not only a reincarnated body, but he also has a mysterious and terrifying little beast emperor by his side, and he is also the elder brother of the monster emperor. He has the support of the monster emperor palace. How could there be such a thing? He actually has a master at the ninth heaven of the emperor realm, and he has the legendary Nine Springs sword that has evolved to the level of a peak heavenly treasure. And he has mastered the first great Tao of Terminus. He killed dozens of emperors alone. That woman in the white dress, is she really a heavenly venerable? In this era, there is actually a living heavenly venerable. A reincarnated body actually has a heavenly venerable behind her. All the cultivators and major forces felt their hearts palpitate. On the same day, in the desolate divine temple, the Yin cult, the Immortal Sword Island, and the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, their respective ancestors roared and lamented. In the process of snatching Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, their cultivation base was reduced by 7 small stages, and they fell from the 9th heaven of the Emperor Realm to the 2nd heaven of the Emperor Realm. Their vitality was greatly weakened, and their lifespan was greatly reduced. This wee Lin Tian, that Lin Tian, how could such a thing happen? In the 4 major forces, the important figures and disciples of their respective factions were horrified, and many of them were trembling. These major forces had always wanted to snatch Lin Tian's heavenly venerable ancient scripture and the pure yang flame, and they had been targeting Lin Tian. Now, because of the battle in the northern region mountain ridge, various things about Lin Tian had surfaced. As the elder brother of the unparalleled demon emperor, he had a 9th heaven of the emperor realm who had mastered the great Tao of Terminus and a heavenly venerable behind him. His identity was extremely shocking, and the 4 major forces were terrified. They had been targeting Lin Tian all this time. Targeting Lin Tian time and time again was simply courting death time and time again. In the legendary Saber Pavilion, this Lin Tian, all the disciples of the legendary Saber Pavilion were shocked, and the 9th heaven emperor realm old ancestor couldn't help but tremble. Previously, their faction was tempted by Tian Swansea and wanted to snatch the heavenly venerable ancient scripture from Lin Tian's body. Later, Tian Swansea divined that the little Taichu was in trouble, causing the entire legendary Saber Pavilion to be almost half destroyed. After that, the old ancestor directly felt the terror of the little Taichu, and his origin was probably horrifying. Therefore, at that time, he ordered them to never provoke Lin Tian again. After learning about Lin Tian's reincarnation physique, the old ancestor of this faction didn't make a move. Now, after hearing about the battle in the northern region mountain ridge, the old ancestor of this faction was shocked, but he couldn't help but feel extremely fortunate. The elder brother of the unparalleled demon emperor, a 9th heaven of the emperor realm who had mastered the great Tao of Terminus and a heavenly venerable existence, Lin Tian actually had so many terrifying existences behind him. On this day, in the 9th heaven, the east, west, south, and north heaven trembled. Countless cultivators were shocked, and each major faction was horrified. Who in the 10 heavens domain dares to provoke him? Someone trembled. In the sealed dust ancient region. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianyi and the others were traveling in the sealed dust ancient region when they finally sensed the aura of the Violet Fairy. It's right in front. Lin Tian stared ahead. In front of them, a large stretch of dark mountain was connected together. Wisps of dark blue mist floated in the air, and it was very dense. The aura of the Violet Fairy was coming from the depths of Dark Mountain. Immediately, the group sped up a little. After about 10 breaths, they stepped into the depths of Dark Mountain. In front of them were coarse boulders, and there wasn't even a blade of grass on the ground. The coarse boulders formed a large circle with a diameter of about 100 feet. There were circles of divine runes entwined in the air. A girl who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old was sitting cross-legged inside. She was as dazzling as a fairy, and wisps of demonic divine radiance lingered around her body. Little Violet. Lin Tian revealed a look of joy and couldn't help but shout out. This elf-like girl, who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, was naturally the Violet Fairy. Now he finally found her. Sister Violet. AI also shouted. Inside the circle made of coarse boulders, the Violet Fairy's eyebrows twitched slightly. She opened her eyes and looked over, and her expression immediately changed. Brother, AI. The Violet Fairy was a little surprised. She stood up and then saw Wu Yi. Wu Yi. You guys, she was a little surprised. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Tianyi and the others to suddenly appear in front of her. Lin Tian naturally knew what the Violet Fairy was thinking at this time. He said, "The 3 grand elders of the Demon Emperor Palace said that you were trapped in the sealed dust ancient region. So we came over." Chapter 1188. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Violet Fairy immediately understood. Those 3 sure talk a lot. She giggled as she spoke and looked at Lin Tiandao. However, I didn't expect Big Brother to be a reincarnated being. What a surprise! At this time, she didn't ask Lin Tian what happened after his physique was exposed. There was no need for that, because Lin Tian was standing here safely. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. This physique has brought me a lot of trouble. Because of this reincarnated being, he attracted heavenly tribulation as soon as he stepped into the airborne realm. After that, he attracted heavenly tribulation every time he stepped into a higher realm. Each tribulation was more terrifying than the last. This time, because his physique was exposed, countless old monsters jumped out to kill him and take his source. Thinking about it, he had suffered a lot. Don't be helpless. Many people dream of having such a physique. Although it is troublesome, there are also many benefits. The Violet Fairy smiled. Let's not talk about this first. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at the mysterious ancient runes in the void in front of him. He said, "It seems that you have been trapped in this place for a long time. Think of a way to get out first. It is a huge, worldly trap. It is easy to come in, but difficult to get out. More than a year ago, I came in here for a purple evolution stone. I got the stone, but unfortunately I can't get out." The Violet Fairy was a little embarrassed when she said this, but she was not dispirited at all. She looked at Wu Yi and giggled. "It's all up to you, little Yi." She looked to be about 12 years old. Her soft black hair hung down to her waist. She looked very cute when she called Wu Yi little Yi with such a giggling face. Lin Tian blushed with shame. The Violet Fairy actually called Wu Yi little Yi. It was really quite funny. However, from this point, he could also see that the relationship between the two was very close. Otherwise, the Violet Fairy wouldn't be like this. "I am not little," Wu Yi said. Her voice was always soft and emotionless. She raised her right hand slightly, and a circle of light floated forward. This light was gentle and calm. When it landed on the divine rune imprints in the void, it instantly obliterated them. The Violet Fairy immediately broke free and floated out. "My Wu Yi is still the best. She wasn't the least bit surprised that Wu Yi had so easily obliterated the divine inscriptions in the surroundings, because she was well aware of how powerful Wu Yi was. As she spoke, she looked at Wu Yi and then at Lin Tian. Speaking of which, when did you two meet? Lin Tian and Wu Yi appeared in this place together and seemed to have a good relationship. This made her a little curious. A few years ago, we met by chance in the seventh heaven and then traveled together for a period of time. Lin Tiandao briefly explained the process of meeting Wu Yi. As he spoke, he looked at the Violet Fairy and asked, "Little Violet, why did you enter the sealed dust ancient region to look for something? Did you find what you were looking for?" "Because the thing I was looking for only exists in the sealed dust ancient region. It was the purple evolution stone mentioned before, and I found it. As for why I was looking for it, it was to solve that one-day problem every year. You know that." The Violet Fairy winked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was slightly stunned, and then immediately understood. The one-day problem every year should be that the Violet Fairy would completely lose her cultivation on a certain day every year. Moreover, she would lose her memories and forget who she was and what her identity was. "That's great," he said with a smile. For an emperor, there would be a day every year where she would completely lose her cultivation and forget who she was. This was indeed a huge problem. Now that the Violet Fairy had found a divine material to solve this problem, it was naturally something to be happy about. Wu Yi looked at the Violet Fairy. "Ling, what kind of trouble? It's a secret, but now it has been completely solved." The Violet Fairy smiled. Lin Tian stood at the side, somewhat speechless. There would be a day every year when the Violet Fairy would completely lose her cultivation and forget who she was. Wu Yi's body had two types of origins that restrained and clashed with each other. Occasionally, it would be very painful, but the two of them seemed to have never told each other about this. Obviously, they didn't want each other to worry about them. He really didn't know what to say. However, now that he thought about it, both of their problems had been solved. The Violet Fairy would no longer have to worry about losing her cultivation on a day every year. Because Wu Yi had the help of his reincarnation origin, the two types of monarch body origins in his body would no longer clash with each other. Instead, they might slowly merge into one and become stronger. It could be considered a true perfection. "Then let's go back," he said, looking at Wu Yi. "Amen," Wu Yi replied. They had come to the sealed dust ancient region to find the Violet Fairy. Now that they had found her and gotten out of her predicament, there was naturally no need to stay in this space. Immediately, the group rose into the air and went back the way they came, heading toward the passage that led to the other side. Soon, the group had traveled extremely far away. Right at this moment, the void suddenly trembled violently and shattered piece by piece. A terrifying force surged over from afar. Boom! Terrifying waves of energy surged out. In the distance, cracks appeared in the void as the netherworld chi churned. After that, over 10 towering silver tornadoes appeared, moving towards them from afar. Every single one of these tornadoes was unimaginably large. Spatial storm. There are more than 10 of them. How can there be so many? Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. It quickly shrunk its body even smaller and laid on Lin Tian's head, grabbing onto Lin Tian's hair tightly. Spatial storm was incomparably terrifying. Even the weakest spatial storm could tear apart a Wuxian expert. At this moment, the 10 spatial storms in front of them were even more terrifying. It was definitely not difficult to tear apart an emperor expert. With a rumbling sound, more than 10 spatial storms swept over in the blink of an eye, completely enveloping the space in all directions. Ka! 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 The void continued to collapse. The netherworld chi in the air was directly absorbed and obliterated. Even the light was sucked in. This was the natural energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and boundless. Yeah. Little Taichu stood on Wu Yi's shoulder. Seeing such a spatial storm, it couldn't help but widen its eyes in shock. Lin Tian was also shocked. More than 10 spatial storms reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The scene was truly terrifying. AI grabbed onto Wu Yi's sleeve and swallowed her saliva. It was obvious that she was also shocked by such a huge spatial storm. Wu Yi seemed very calm. A circle of faint light surged out from his body and rippled out in all directions like water. Instantly, more than 10 spatial storms and tornadoes trembled. Immediately, they all shattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is really... Wuxing Crocodile looked at Wu Yi and couldn't help but tremble. It said, terrifying. He didn't even move. Instead, he merely emitted a faint light from his body, and the spatial storms that were capable of tearing apart emperors were instantly shattered and dissipated into nothingness. This level of power was truly shocking, as expected of a heavenly venerate. Lin Tian was also a little moved. However, he calmed down in the blink of an eye. After all, he was very clear about Wu Yi's strength. It was also at this moment that he casually shifted his gaze. Suddenly, his expression changed. A few hundred feet away from where the spatial storm swept over, he suddenly saw a piece of black metal. There were strands of 7-colored light twining around it. This caused him to be instantly moved. Indeed, the color of the divine sword soul light in his sea of consciousness was 7-colored. At that moment, he didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and grabbed the black metal in his hand. This piece of black metal was very hard. There was very little 7-colored light on it. As soon as he touched it, he realized that it was indeed the unique light produced by the divine sword's soul in his sea of consciousness. It had the same aura as the divine sword's soul. The 7-colored light of the sword's soul is twining around this piece of black metal, causing it to become incomparably hard. It didn't break even after being swept here by the spatial storm. This means, he muttered to himself in a low voice. His eyes shone with a deep light. In this sealed dust ancient region, there were fragments of the sword's soul. Wuxing Crocodile was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. Naturally, it noticed the 7-colored light on the black metal. It couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Kid, this light seems to have the same aura as those 7-colored light sources you found before. This space also has that kind of 7-colored light. Speaking of which, what is it? It had seen Lin Tian find this kind of 7-colored light aggregation several times. It could feel that this 7-colored light was extraordinary, but it didn't know what it was. It's something very important. Lin Tian Ondao. He gripped the black metal in his hand tightly. It seemed that he couldn't leave the sealed dust ancient region for now. He had to find the fragments of the sword's soul that existed in this space. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out beside him. It was no different from the sound of glass shattering. Then, with a rumble, a huge spatial vortex appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. It had a diameter of several tens of feet. In the blink of an eye, he was sucked into it. A huge suction force acted on his body, pulling him towards the center. A spatial vortex that was born after the spatial storm. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. Lin Tian was shocked. He used all of his divine power to escape from the vortex. Use your full strength, kid. Although this damn thing doesn't have any destructive power, if we don't escape in time, we will be sucked into all kinds of messy places. We have to get out of here. Wuxing Crocodile shouted. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and directly circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the limit. His whole body erupted with golden divine light, and together with the reincarnation diagram, he tried to break out of the vortex. However, the suction force of this spatial vortex was too strong. Even if he used all of his strength, he couldn't resist it. His body was quickly pulled towards the center of the vortex. At the same time, in the distance, the Violet Fairy's expression changed. Wu Yi was also slightly shocked. At the same time, they stretched out their hands and grabbed in this direction. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. Two powerful forces sealed off the surrounding space. They reached into the spatial vortex and grabbed at Lin Tian. Chapter 1189. The spatial vortex swallowed Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile together. It swayed slightly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. For a moment, there was not even the aura of the man and the crocodile. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Big brother Lin. Yeah, AI couldn't help but shout. Little Taichu also couldn't help but shout. Wu Yi was as calm as usual. She didn't have much of an emotional fluctuation. They've moved. They're fine, she said. That big whirlpool moved them? AI asked. Where were Brother Lin and the others moved to? Wu Yi looked at the location where the spatial vortex disappeared and shook her head lightly. They're still in this sealed dust ancient region. Let's find them first and then leave. AI said. The space was pitch black and shook violently. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were swallowed together. They only felt their heads buzzing. After that, the group felt that a full 14 to 14 hours had passed. Then, a trace of light appeared in their field of vision. Then, the space shook even more violently. A majestic force surged and directly shook the man and the crocodile out. They looked around. At this time, they were in an unfamiliar mountain forest. There were plants all around them. The leaves were like needles and looked very hard. The spiritual qi in the air was so thin that it made one's hair stand on end. The netherworld qi was very dense. Lin Tian looked around. Wu Yi, Violet Fairy, Little Taichu, and AI were all not there. He was slightly stunned for a moment. Wuxing Crocodile lay on his head and looked around. It was also stunned. After a while, Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth and said, Brat, you tricked me. Where were we swept to? Lin Tian was speechless. He said, What does this have to do with me? Don't tell me I'm the one who brought you here? If you didn't grab that piece of scrap metal, would you have been swept into that spatial vortex that suddenly appeared? Wuxing Crocodile said through gritted teeth. Lin Tian, he coughed dryly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the piece of black iron he had caught before. This piece of black metal was neither big nor heavy, but it was extremely hard. At this moment, there were still 7 colored lights intertwining around it. He stared at the 7-colored light, and his eyes couldn't help but shine. He didn't expect that there would be a fragment of the sword soul in this space. Don't be in a daze, kid. Let's figure out where we are first. Wuxing Crocodile said. As it spoke, it flew up from Lin Tian's head and looked around. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then he put away the black iron that was wrapped in 7-colored rays of light into his stone ring. Then he began to look around. Wuxing Crocodile was right. At this time, they should figure out where they were before making other plans. In terms of the overall situation, we are still within the sealed dust ancient region. Lin Tiandao. He glanced around and randomly chose a direction to walk in. The netherworld energy here is so dense. Of course, we are still in the sealed dust ancient region. You are talking nonsense. Wuxing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't want to talk to it anymore. With a rumble, the space shook. Suddenly, a huge beast claw covered in black fur appeared not far away. Lin Tian stepped back to avoid it. The beast claw landed on a huge tree and smashed it into pieces, leaving debris all over the ground. Roar! A black ape that was about 10 feet tall rushed out. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Tian as if he was its prey. It reached out its beast claw again and grabbed Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped it. Bang! The black ape was sent flying. It rolled for a few hundred feet and couldn't get up for a long time. This was only a demonic beast that was equivalent to the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian didn't care and continued to walk forward. At this time, he planned to figure out his current environment and then look for the sword soul fragment in this space. As for Wu Yi and the others, there was no need for him to worry about them at all. Now that the Violet Fairy had escaped, all of them, with the exception of Stuttering, were supreme experts who were much stronger than him. They could move unhindered in the sealed, dust ancient region without any danger. If he had to worry, he should be worried about himself. The soil in this place was a little damp. Withered yellow needle-like leaves were everywhere. Stepping on them made a crunching sound. The strongest few are not around. I don't know where they are now. How unlucky. Whooshing Crocodile sighed. Lin Tian glanced at it. Look at your useless face. He scanned the surroundings as he walked forward. It didn't take long for him to travel a distance of around a few hundred meters. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of him. They were very burly and their muscles were exposed like dragons. Humans. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian glanced at it. Obviously not. Don't you feel the strong fluctuation of netherworld energy on them? Whooshing Crocodile stared for a moment and sensed for a moment. Then a strange light flashed in its eyes. There is indeed a very strong netherworld energy. As it said this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be the netherworld race? As soon as it finished speaking, a trace of doubt appeared in its heart. Isn't it recorded in the ancient books that this race is neither human nor beast? Didn't the first Grand Elder of the Demon King Palace say that the things about the netherworld race recorded in the ancient books are very different from the real situation? Perhaps the description of the netherworld race as described in the ancient books purely refers to the original form of the netherworld race. Just like how the demon race's original form is that of a beast, but can transform into a human form. These netherworld race members could also transform from their original form into a human form. Lin Tian Ondao. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. Oh, that makes sense. Who is it? At this moment, a cold shout rang out. In front of them, 3 netherworld race cultivators looked directly at the man and the crocodile. Lin Tian couldn't help but be shocked. When he and Whooshing Crocodile were talking just now, both of them had already concealed their auras to the lowest level. Even an ordinary Nirvana realm cultivator shouldn't be able to discover them. However, the 3 netherworld race cultivators in front of them, who were only at the Grandao realm, had easily discovered them. This really surprised him. Their spiritual senses are really strong. He was very surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The 3 netherworld race cultivators appeared in front of the man and the crocodile in the blink of an eye. Their gazes were very cold. Then, in the next moment, the 3 netherworld race cultivators' expressions changed. Their gazes fell directly on Lin Tian. You are a human. Staring at Lin Tian, the 3 netherworld race cultivators were shocked. Then, their gazes instantly became several times colder. One of them shouted coldly, "Capture him!" Wait! Lin Tian frowned and shouted to stop them. Although he had learned from the 3 supreme elders of the Demon Imperial Palace that the netherworld race had once left the sealed, dust ancient region and wreaked havoc on the other side of the world, that was in the past. Most importantly, that matter had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he naturally didn't have any grudges against this race. At this time, he didn't want to casually make enemies because he still had to search for the sword's soul fragments in this space. If he casually made a big enemy, it would greatly affect his future actions. The 3 netherworld race cultivators' expressions were cold. They attacked together without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, their gazes became even colder. Puny humans, you don't have the right to negotiate with us. One of them said mercilessly. Another person said, be careful when you attack. Don't kill him. This person stared at Lin Tian, the light of the netherworld intertwining in his eyes. A puny human has actually jumped into our world. Suppress him and hand him over to the Overlord for interrogation. Showing mercy to a puny human is very unpleasant. The 3rd netherworld race, cultivator said. With a rumble, the space shook. 3 large hands pressed down on Lin Tian, suppressing every inch of space around him. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and raised his hand to slap them. "Puny, your mother." It was rare for him to swear. Originally, he didn't want to be too ostentatious because he wanted to search for the sword soul fragments in this space. He didn't want to casually make enemies, so he didn't plan to attack at first. However, these three Netherworld race cultivators kept calling him a puny human, which really made him very unhappy. No matter what, he was still a member of the human race. He really couldn't bear the humiliation of the human race. For a moment, with a crack, the space in this place directly shattered. Poof! 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 A mist of blood splattered in the air. The three Netherworld race cultivators were all sent flying. The large hands that were grabbing at Lin Tian were all shattered. The three Netherworld race cultivators steadied themselves in the distance. Blood was gushing out of their mouths as they looked at Lin Tian in shock. "Who's puny?" Lin Tian took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the three Netherworld race cultivators. He raised his hand and slapped them again. Bang, bang, bang. The three Netherworld race cultivators were slapped to the ground at the same time. They each coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and smashed the ground. The three Netherworld race cultivators struggled and raised their faces with difficulty. They were even more shocked. Lin Tian took a step forward. The ground suddenly shook, and the three Netherworld race cultivators were directly sent flying by his aura. Cough! The three of them coughed up blood together, and their faces instantly turned ghastly pale. Lin Tian was expressionless. He took another step forward and walked toward the three of them. "See who's puny?" he said. Before this, he naturally did not use his full strength. Otherwise, these three great Dao Realm Netherworld race cultivators would have been completely wiped out when his first slap landed. He did this to humiliate these three Netherworld race cultivators. Secondly, he temporarily kept them alive so that he could search them for information about the sealed Dust Ancient Region. Facing Lin Tian, the three Netherworld race cultivators could not help but tremble. After being injured several times in a row, they naturally realized that Lin Tian was very strong. Even if the three of them worked together, they would not be able to resist him. "Let's go." The three of them looked at each other and nodded. They immediately retreated decisively and flew into the distance like three bolts of lightning. "Get back here," Lin Tianling said. With a thought, a powerful aura swept out and sealed off the surroundings. At the same time, it turned into an invisible wave that intercepted the three Netherworld race cultivators who had shot into the distance. Pung, 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 pung. They were pulled back and landed at his feet. Chapter 1190. The three Netherworld race cultivators landed at Lin Tian's feet. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and cracks appeared all over their bodies. The three of them struggled, got up immediately and fled into the distance once again. However, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't give them a chance. His powerful aura suppressed all directions, directly imprisoning the three of them. The three Netherworld race cultivators couldn't move at all. Only their eyes could move. At this moment, they looked at Lin Tian, and their expressions became even more shocked. The human in front of them was too strong. "What do you want?" One of them gritted his teeth, and there was a trace of coldness in the depths of his eyes. "You took the initiative to suppress me and interrogate me. After the interrogation, there's no need to say much about the outcome. You'll definitely die. What do you think I want now?" Lin Tian swept a glance at this person. "You want to kill us?" This person's expression changed. Another Netherworld race cultivator said coldly, "This is the territory of the Netherworld race. If you dare to kill us, you'll..." Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped this Netherworld race cultivator, destroying his body and soul, interrupting his next words. "You're just a mere great Dao Realm cultivator. How dare you threaten us?" Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips at the side. The other two Netherworld race cultivators who were imprisoned by Lin Tian changed their expressions. Their expressions became cold, and they were full of killing intent. One of them stared at Lin Tian. "Human, how dare you? Shut up." Lin Tiandao flipped his hand and slapped the person who spoke into pieces as well. His spirit and body were obliterated directly. In the blink of an eye, only one of the three Netherworld race cultivators remained. This Netherworld race cultivator stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He said sinisterly, "Human, you won't have a good ending. You're thinking too much. Right now, you're the one who won't have a good ending." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, his powerful divine sense spread out and entered the knowledge sea of this cultivator from the Netherworld race. He searched for information about the sealed dust ancient region and the Netherworld race. He only withdrew his divine sense after a quarter of an hour. The Netherworld race cultivator glared furiously at Lin Tian. His face became somewhat sinister and filled with killing intent. "Human." Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere as the Netherworld race cultivator was killed on the spot. "How is it? What did you find?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, "I found some basic things." From the sea of consciousness of this Nether clan cultivator, he found out that the sealed dust ancient region was mainly divided into 9 enormous territories. Every single territory was boundlessly vast, and countless experts of the Nether clan resided there. They were collectively called the Netherworld 9 territories. Other than the 9 territories of the Netherworld 9 territories, there were naturally other regions in the sealed dust ancient region. Many ferocious beasts lived there, and at the same time there were also some extremely dangerous life forbidden zones. He briefly explained these matters to Whooshing Crocodile. "Netherworld, 9 territories." Whooshing Crocodile muttered. He then asked, "Then what is the general strength of the Netherworld race?" "Very strong." Lin Tian's expression turned slightly cold as he said, "The Netherworld, 9 territories. Each territory has an overlord, and each overlord is at the Emperor realm. In other words, each territory has an Emperor realm expert. Among them, the first territory of the Netherworld is the most terrifying. It is equivalent to the central main tribe of the Netherworld race. In this territory, other than the overlord on the surface, there are also 9 Ninth Heaven Emperor realm experts. Moreover, there are also a few supreme ancestor kings of this bloodline in hibernation. Naturally, he had obtained these things from the Netherworld race cultivators' sea of consciousness." Whooshing Crocodile's expression immediately changed. In other words, the Netherworld race has at least 18 Emperor realm experts, and he took a deep breath and said, "How strong are the so-called ancestor kings in hibernation in the first territory?" From Lin Tian's words, the ancestor kings of the Netherworld race were definitely stronger than ordinary 9th Heaven Emperor realm cultivators. "I don't know." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "But I can be sure that they are definitely not weaker than the 7 ultimate demonic emperor. This is a terrifying tribe." Whooshing Crocodile muttered, 9 Ninth Heaven Emperors, 9 ordinary emperors. Moreover, there were a few supreme ancestor kings that weren't any weaker than the 7 ultimate evil emperor, who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level. Such strength was truly terrifying and shocking. Lin Tian let out a turbid breath and said, "Let's not care about this. Now, let's go to the depths of this mountain range." What are we going to do in the depths?" Whooshing Crocodile was slightly puzzled. "To get a kind of treasure fruit." Lin Tian Ondao. Just now, not only did he find all kinds of information about the sealed dust ancient region and the Netherworld race from the Netherworld race cultivators' sea of consciousness, he also found another thing. That was in the depths of the 8th territory of the Netherworld, called Ghost Pass Mountain he found an ancient place that was full of natural restrictions. There was a netherworld fruit tree growing in it, and it had already condensed 3 netherworld fruits. The 3 netherworld race cultivators just now came for the netherworld fruit tree. He briefly told the 5 elements crocodile about this matter and said, "From what I learned from that netherworld race cultivator's sea of consciousness, the netherworld fruit is a sacred fruit that can help Nirvana realm cultivators reach Nirvana realm quickly. It even has a miraculous effect on 8th sky of Nirvana realm cultivators." Whooshing Crocodile's eyes suddenly lit up. "Let's go. Get it." It and Lin Tian were both in the Nirvana realm now. If they could get these 3 netherworld fruits that had magical effects even for Nirvana realm experts, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Lin Tian nodded and immediately led the way in front, walking into the depths of the Ghost Pass mountain. This mountain range was very vast and the air was slightly cold. The ground was full of withered, yellow needle-like leaves. The man and crocodile walked through it, and their speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of several thousand feet. Boom! Right at this moment, a ruthless aura surged out abruptly as an entire 15 m tall ferocious beast emerged from the ground. And it was a devil lizard that was covered in red scales. Its scarlet red tongue swept out, and it pierced through the sky as it swept towards Lin Tian and the 5-element alligator. Lin Tian raised his hand, grabbed the long tongue of the fierce beast, and flung it away along with its body. Roar! The ground shook, and a few more demon lizards emerged. They were all comparable to great Tao experts, and they all pounced towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all, and his footsteps did not change either. He slapped out at the demon lizards that lunged at him, sending them all flying. They shattered one tree after another as he continued on his way to the depths of the mountain range. After about an hour, he and Whooshing Crocodile finally arrived at the depths of the mountain range. According to the information in the mind of the netherworld race cultivator from before, they found the ancient land where the netherworld fruit tree grew. As far as the eye could see, the ancient land occupied an area with a radius of several hundred feet. It was located under a red cliff, and the air there was somewhat stifling. All kinds of strange runes interweaved in the air, isolating an ancient tree that was several feet tall. This ancient tree was surrounded by a faint netherworld aura, and at the same time it also had a very rich spiritual chi fluctuation. Compared to the other places in the sealed dust ancient region, the amount of spiritual chi here was more than 10,000 times more intense. There were 3 fruits the size of a baby's fist on the tree. They were crystal blue and translucent, and there were even strands of patterns interweaving on the surface of the treasured fruits. That's the netherworld fruit. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. It should be. Lin Tian nodded. According to some of the things found in the mind of the netherworld race cultivator, there was no doubt that it was the netherworld fruit. "Who's there?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In front of them, there were a dozen netherworld race cultivators outside the ancient land where the netherworld fruit tree was. At this moment, some of them looked in their direction. Lin Tian and the 5 elements crocodile couldn't help but be moved. This netherworld race cultivator's spiritual sense was truly extraordinary. They had only just arrived at this place for a moment, but they were already detected again. Since they had already been detected, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile did not hide anymore and openly walked forward. Outside the ancient land, a dozen netherworld race cultivators were originally breaking the natural restriction outside the netherworld tree. At this moment, they noticed Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile and stopped, looking at the human and crocodile. Then, the netherworld race cultivators were all moved. "You're a human." One of them looked at Lin Tian and revealed a trace of surprise, then immediately turned cold. "Puny human beings from the other side of the world have actually entered our world." These netherworld race cultivators obviously knew that there were other spaces outside the sealed, dust ancient region. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian and realized that Lin Tian was a human from another world outside the sealed dust ancient region, their eyes shot out two cold rays of light. How did the humans from the other world enter our world? Suppress him. Find out the reason and kill him. Seal the surroundings. Don't let him escape. According to the ancient records of our race, the taste of human flesh is very good. It seems that we can taste it today. Do it! The Netherworld race cultivators attacked at the same time, their eyes cold and gloomy. They temporarily stopped breaking the natural restriction outside the Netherworld tree and reached out their large hands, sealing every inch of space around Lin Tian and suppressing Lin Tian. These people were all in the Great Path realm, and their cultivation was not weak. When they attacked together, the void shook and rumbled. This time, Lin Tian would no longer say things like, "Wait." He could clearly see that these cultivators from the Netherworld race didn't put creatures from the other side in their eyes at all. They wanted to kill them on sight and even wanted to devour their flesh and blood. Just like what the first Grand Elder of the Demon Emperor Palace had said, they were evil by nature, tyrannical, and cruel. His expression was calm. He raised his right hand and casually slapped in front of him. Although this slap was relatively casual, it was still very terrifying when it was slapped out by his tyrannical physique. It caused the void in this place to shatter with a crack. The scene was very shocking. Immediately after, the dozen or so Netherworld race cultivators that had reached out to grab him were all sent flying. Among them, 5 of them were immediately smashed to pieces by this slap, and even their divine souls were shattered by it. There were still 7 Netherworld race cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian and their pupils shrank. Chapter 1191. Lin Tian's expression was calm. His outstretched hand froze the surrounding space, enveloping all 7 Netherworld tribe cultivators. The 7 Netherworld tribe cultivators immediately sensed the terror of this attack, and their expressions changed drastically. "Stop!" one of them shouted. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to this person. His large hand fell. Although it was very casual, its power was still frighteningly strong. Then, with a few splashes, dazzling blood splattered. The 7 Netherworld tribe cultivators were all slapped to death. Lin Tian did not care about this at all. He tilted his head and looked at the Netherworld fruit tree not far away. 3 Netherworld fruits had condensed at the top of the Netherworld tree. Each fruit was entwined with a faint light, and there were strands of intertwined, mysterious imprints on them. He did not stop for too long. He directly walked over, preparing to break the natural restriction around the Netherworld tree and take the Netherworld fruit. However, he stopped after walking a few feet. He tilted his head and looked toward the southeast of this place. "What's wrong, kid?" Whooshing Crocodile was slightly suspicious. "Someone else is coming." Lin Tiandao. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a majestic force surged over from the southeast of this place. The space trembled. A figure wearing black armor stepped over in the blink of an eye. His physique was very tall and sturdy, and there was an astonishing amount of Netherworld chi intertwined around him. Whooshing Crocodile was slightly moved. 8th heaven of Nirvana. He's about to reach the 9th heaven of Nirvana. Lin Tiandao, the figure wearing black armor, was obviously a Netherworld tribe cultivator who had come for the Netherworld fruit. After stepping into this place, his gaze fell directly on the 3 Netherworld fruits in the ancient land. His eyes immediately intertwined with a bright light. However, in the next moment, this person noticed the existence of Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. His gaze fell directly on Lin Tian, and his expression immediately changed. A human from the other side of the world. This Netherworld tribe cultivator was slightly shocked. Then, like the Netherworld tribe cultivator before, 2 rays of cold light shot out of his eyes. A human actually came to my tribe from the other side of the world. Tell me, how did you come here? This person's eyes were filled with evil. The sealed dust ancient region that their netherworld race resided in had long since been isolated from the other world. Even the ancestral kings of their race were unable to pass through. Yet now a Nirvana realm human had actually arrived here from the other world. This naturally caused him to be shocked, and he wanted to know exactly how Lin Tian had arrived here. Lin Tian looked at this netherworld race elite with a calm expression. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to order me around? The netherworld race expert's eyes suddenly turned cold. He glanced at the 3 abyssal fruits in the ancient land. Then his gaze once again fell on Lin Tian. His expression became even colder and more sinister. You won't speak? It doesn't matter. After I suppress you and refine your soul, I will naturally know everything. Perhaps our clan will be able to kill our way over there faster and unify the 10 heavens as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a clanging sound rang out. A long spear appeared in this person's hand. It was covered in strange patterns as it pierced towards Lin Tian. Crack! In an instant, this space directly collapsed. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped forward to meet the eerie long spear piercing towards him. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Then, with a loud bang, he was forced to take a few steps back. This scene caused the whooshing crocodile to widen its eyes. No way, kid, what are you doing? It knew how powerful Lin Tian was. His strongest reincarnation body was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm and could even kill a quasi-emperor. Yet now he was actually forced to take a few steps back by an 8th level netherworld race cultivator. It really couldn't understand how this could happen. Lin Tian stabilized his body and frowned. The circulation of my divine power is not very smooth, and it is difficult for me to fully exert my physical strength. Compared to normal, it is about 50% weaker. When he first came to the sealed dust ancient region, he found that the divine power in his body was not very smooth. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to it. Previously, when he slapped the dozens of netherworld race cultivators to death with his pure physical strength, because they were only at the level of the Great Path and could be easily killed, he didn't notice that his physical strength was also affected. Now that he encountered an 8th level netherworld race cultivator, he realized this. In addition to the circulation of divine power not being smooth, the physical strength is also affected. The whooshing crocodile opened its mouth and clenched its claws slightly. Then it couldn't help but grit its teeth. That's really the case. Lord Crocodile's physical strength seems to be at most 30%. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out again. The black-armored netherworld race cultivator moved again, piercing toward Lin Tian with his battle spear. At the same time, this person stretched out his other hand, intertwining with a rich netherworld aura. Along with the sharp battle spear, it charged toward Lin Tian, shaking the void and causing it to collapse. Spatial turbulence overflowed, and it was directly crushed into pieces. Lin Tian raised his hand, and golden divine power intertwined out. He met the attack with a simple and direct punch. Buzz! The void buzzed, and the golden divine power collided with the netherworld aura of this netherworld race cultivator. Suddenly, the friction produced streaks of lightning. The blue netherworld aura surged, as if it could corrode all things, and began to erode his golden divine power. At the same time as the blue netherworld chi surged, an extremely sharp aura interweaved, shaking the golden divine power he had unleashed. Many parts of it began to disintegrate, as if a piece of ice had met a heavy blow from a hammer. Strong corrosiveness and strong attack power. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He shook his golden divine power and clashed with this person. His divine power was not circulating smoothly, and his physical body had not adapted to the sealed dust ancient region in time. At this time, it was difficult for him to even use 50% of his combat power. However, his expression did not change. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out again. The battle spear in the Netherworld race cultivator's hand pierced toward Lin Tian like a Netherworld dragon, sweeping across the void. At the same time, the Netherworld aura he conjured became thicker and more terrifying, causing Lin Tian's golden divine power to be corroded even more. The human race is too insignificant. You can't even withstand a single blow. This Netherworld race cultivator's gaze was cold, and he had a haughty attitude as he looked at Lin Tiandao. You're not bad. You can barely withstand my attack. Then, with a clang, the battle spear in his hand emitted an even more ear-piercing sound, and he conjured even more Netherworld aura. As the battle spear rang, the space distorted. As the Netherworld aura surged, the space collapsed. The momentum of this attack was very frightening. Human, submit. This person's voice suddenly rose, like an emperor commanding his subjects. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and there was no change in his emotions. However, his gaze was slightly indifferent. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you're invincible, he said. As he spoke, with a boom, the golden divine power outside his body suddenly surged like a volcano erupting. In an instant, the aura outside his body soared. With a shake of his left hand, he grabbed the person's battle spear that was piercing toward him. At the same time, his powerful aura shook and directly shattered the Netherworld aura that was pressing down on him. It dissipated like starlight. The Netherworld race's 8th heavenly layer nirvana expert was shocked. The human that he had just suppressed had become so powerful in an instant. His aura had directly increased by several times. He shook the battle spear with all his might, but he found that he couldn't pull the battle spear out of Lin Tian's hand. It was as if the battle spear was grabbed by an emperor. Lin Tian looked at this person. Although I can only use 50% of my combat strength, it's enough to deal with a small fry like you. In the beginning, when he fought with this Netherworld race cultivator at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm, he had only used 20% of his strength at most. At this time, he began to increase his combat strength. Powerful divine power intertwined and immediately shook the void. The Netherworld race cultivator was shocked by the sudden burst of divine power from Lin Tian. Then he was enraged by Lin Tian's words. Small fry! You dare to call me a small fry? This person's eyes were burning with anger. He was at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm and was a general of the 8th territory of the Netherworld. His status was extraordinary, and his combat strength was tyrannical. But now Lin Tian had called him a small fry. With a boom, even more shocking Netherworld aura surged out of his body. It was like a turbulent wave that pressed toward Lin Tian. This kind of turbulent wave was somewhat frightening. It was completely condensed from extraordinary Netherworld aura. It was equivalent to a very shocking great magical ability that could annihilate and corrode everything. Lin Tian snorted. Without any movement, the golden pure yang flame rushed out of his body and met the turbulent Netherworld aura. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the turbulent Netherworld aura. Chi! 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 The pure yang flame lived up to its name of divine fire. Even though Lin Tian's divine power was not circulating smoothly, it still possessed an incomparably terrifying power. It shattered the turbulent Netherworld aura that the other party had summoned in the blink of an eye and directly burned it. The Netherworld race cultivator was shocked again. The turbulent Netherworld aura he had summoned was actually burned. Damn it! This person gritted his teeth and growled. An even stronger Netherworld divine light rushed out from behind him. Clearly, he was summoning some great magical ability. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He did not give the other party another chance. He directly kicked out and landed on the Netherworld race cultivator's abdomen. With a bang, this person coughed up blood on the spot and was sent flying dozens of feet away. Lin Tian had also seized the divine weapon-level battle spear. You can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian Ondao. The Netherworld race cultivator's expression suddenly froze and became somewhat ashen. These 4 words were exactly what he had said to Lin Tian before. But at this moment, Lin Tian had heavily injured him, seized his divine weapon, and then used the same words on him. This was clearly an undisguised humiliation, and it was like a resounding slap to the face, causing him to feel his face burning hot. "I'll kill you." With a furious roar, the Netherworld race cultivator's pupils became somewhat red. The Netherworld aura around his body became denser. Suddenly, the space shook uncontrollably. The power of the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of nirvana overflowed. Its destructive power was astonishing. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a shake of his arm, he fiercely threw out the opponent's battle spear that he had just seized. Puff! Chapter 1192. The Netherworld race's 8th heaven nirvana layer elite let out an angry roar as his body was shattered. His flesh and blood instantly reassembled. At the same time, he grabbed his battle spear. Damn it! He stared at Lin Tian with a sinister and awe-inspiring gaze. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He glanced at the Netherworld fruit tree behind him and then looked at the Netherworld race's 8th heaven nirvana layer cultivator. He raised his hand, and golden divine power surged. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a divine light sword and slashed at the person across the air. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as a golden blade slashed across the sky. The Netherworld race's elite let out a low cry. He activated his Netherworld energy and brought his battle spear to meet the attack. However, he was swept away in an instant. Cough! This person coughed up blood, and his body was covered in cracks. Lin Tian held the golden divine sword and walked toward this person. Since he had made a move, he naturally couldn't leave his opponent alive. The Netherworld race's elite coughed up blood, and his gaze became even more sinister. With a boom, an even stronger Netherworld energy erupted. Lines of Netherworld runes intertwined, and at the same time a very shocking great path order circled out. Kill! This person roared. The Netherworld energy almost turned into a monstrous flame that pressed down on Lin Tian along with the great path order. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change. He raised his right hand and immediately activated the Lin Tian sword manual. He slashed out the 3 styles of Lin Tian sword technique. A golden sword aura mixed with a sharp killing intent flashed and shattered as if it was jumping through space. With a whoosh, the great path order and Netherworld divine power that the Netherworld race elite had activated were instantly shattered. You! Poof! The 3 styles of Lin Tian sword radiance pierced through and directly cut into this person's body, shattering it on the spot. Blood splattered all over the sky. This person roared and reformed his body. He stared at Lin Tian with sinister eyes. The aura he emitted was still very strong. Your vitality is really strong. Lin Tian Dao. As he said this, his footsteps didn't stop at all. He continued to step forward, and the divine light sword in his hand became even stronger. The Netherworld expert at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm slightly gritted his teeth. He glanced coldly at Lin Tian, turned around and left. This was because after several exchanges, this Netherworld race elite could tell that he was definitely no match for Lin Tian. With a whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. In the blink of an eye, that person had crossed several thousand feet. You actually ran away with your tail between your legs in front of your so-called insignificant human? Lin Tian's voice was calm, but there was a hint of sarcasm in it. At the same time, his feet flashed and he took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, he had blocked the path of the Netherworld race's Nirvana realm elite. Clang! He waved his hand, and a beam of sword energy slashed down from the sky. The Netherworld race cultivator resisted with his battle spear. Netherworld aura and great path nomological laws were unleashed together, but he was swept away in the blink of an eye. Can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Tian said casually, As he spoke, he raised his hand again and slashed out dozens of sword lights. Dozens of sword lights swept out in all directions, freezing the space as they slashed toward the Netherworld race expert from dozens of different angles. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. This Netherworld race expert was directly pierced into a hornet's nest. This person gritted his teeth and dragged his broken body to escape again. He knew very well that if he stayed to fight, he would only end up dead in the end. However, Lin Tian obviously would not give him a chance to escape. Even though his divine power was not circulating smoothly, and even though his physical body was greatly affected, his speed was still faster than this person's. He blocked this person time and time again, severely injuring him time and time again. Damned human! You will pay the price! This Netherworld race cultivator roared fiercely. The Netherworld aura and great path nomological laws around him instantly became incomparably chaotic. At the same time, the battle spear in his hand shattered with a crack, turning into a destructive force that swept out in all directions. He destroyed his own body and his battle spear. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian was also slightly moved. He did not expect this Netherworld race expert to be so decisive. Moreover, at this time the aura that his opponent emitted after destroying his own body and his battle spear was indeed very terrifying. At this time, when his divine power was not circulating smoothly, he felt a slight threat to his life. Retreat a little further, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. As he spoke, his expression was slightly solemn. His hands quickly formed a seal, and 3 silver 4 symbols, Tao diagrams, appeared. At the same time, the space buzzed, and the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him, immediately interweaving into divine light that filled the sky. Die, human! The Netherworld race expert at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm roared. His battle spear completely turned into a destructive force, and his body was also burning. It almost evolved into a destructive storm that pressed towards Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian's eyes had a faint divine light. The 3 layers of the 4 symbols, Tao diagrams, directly met the attack. At the same time, the reincarnation diagram also flew out. In the blink of an eye, the 3 layers of the 4 symbols, Tao diagrams, and the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory collided with the destructive storm that the opponent had turned into. Boom! The Netherworld light and the golden divine light covered all directions, shaking out waves of destructive hurricanes that swept out in all directions. The 4 symbols, Tao diagrams, and the reincarnation divine diagram were on par with the power of the Netherworld race's self-destruction. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Netherworld race expert still had a trace of consciousness left. He let out a wild roar, and the destructive force became even stronger. At the same time, a dim light shot out from this destructive hurricane. It was extremely fast and rushed straight into the distance. Human, even if I can't destroy you now, you will die without a burial place and will never be reincarnated. The Netherworld race expert's voice once again came from the destructive hurricane, carrying with it a trace of ruthlessness and cruelty. Lin Tian's expression turned slightly cold. He guided the sword light that filled the sky and slashed at the dim light in the distance. However, the dim light's speed was too fast. The sword light that he slashed out was unable to intercept it in the end. That dim light should be this person telling the other Netherworld race people about you and me. Wuxing Crocodile said in a low voice, I can see that. Lin Tiandao. While saying that, he frowned. If he couldn't intercept that dim light, the existence of him and Wuxing Crocodile would definitely be exposed. At that time, many Netherworld race experts would come knocking on their door one by one. That was naturally not a good thing because he had to search for the sword's soul fragment in this sealed, dust-ancient region. Once his traces were exposed, the process of searching for the sword soul fragment would definitely be greatly affected. With a buzz, the four symbols Tao diagram and the reincarnation divine diagram of the king's territory became even stronger, and the divine light directly suppressed all directions. Uft. At this moment, he used the strongest 50% of his combat power that he could at this time and directly suppressed the huge power of the other party after the self-destruction. He used the four symbols Tao diagram and the reincarnation divine diagram to crush it completely and erase the last trace of consciousness of the other party. He paused for a moment in the direction of the dim light and then no longer cared about it. "I'll deal with whatever comes my way," he casually said. With that said, he put away the reincarnation divine diagram, turned around, and walked towards the ancient land that was isolated from the netherworld fruit tree. In the ancient land, on the netherworld fruit tree, the three netherworld fruits intertwined with a faint spiritual light. Just by looking at the surface, it looked very extraordinary. When he arrived at the edge of the ancient land, dense, mysterious Tao patterns suddenly lit up in the void, forming a transparent barrier that blocked him. There was also a fierce aura intertwined from these lit-up Tao patterns. This natural restriction is quite extraordinary. It's definitely very difficult for an ordinary Nirvana realm expert to break it. Wuxing Crocodile was a little surprised. Lin Tian nodded. This natural restriction was indeed very strong. However, it was nothing to him. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique and placed his right hand in front of him. Suddenly, wisps of faint soul light spread out from his right hand and surged towards the natural restriction in front of him. Uft, uft, uft. A soft sound was heard, and soon the natural restriction outside the ancient land collapsed one by one, turning into spots of faint light and dissipating. Lin Tian stepped forward and arrived in front of the netherworld fruit tree in the ancient land. With a wave of his right hand, he plucked all three netherworld fruits. The three abyssal fruits intertwined with spiritual light and abyssal energy. There were also strange seals on them. As he held the three abyssal fruits, he instantly felt his body become lighter. Moreover, the flow of divine power in his body became much smoother. Moreover, even Wuxing Crocodile, who was closer to him, had the same reaction and revealed a slightly strange expression. This, staring at the three netherworld fruits in Lin Tian's hand, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with bright light as he said, "It looks like refining this abyssal fruit will not only allow our cultivation to rise, but it will also allow us to fully adapt to this sealed dust ancient region. Our divine force will no longer be unable to circulate smoothly, and the strength of our physique will no longer be affected. We will be able to unleash our full strength." "Very good," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced around. "Let's find a place to refine them. Let's go." He put away the three netherworld fruits and immediately left this place. The eighth territory of the netherworld race was vast and boundless. There were all kinds of strange plants everywhere. At the center, ancient buildings towered into the clouds. No one knew how long they had existed, but they were intertwined with an extremely dignified aura. At this time, a dim light flew in from the sky and landed in the tallest ancient building. Immediately, a very frightening fluctuation intertwined, bringing with it a wave of cold and icy coldness. "Humans! That puny race from the other side has actually entered the world of my race. How did they get in? Should we inform the Overlord?" "The Overlord is in seclusion and should not be disturbed. We will not inform the Overlord for now. Capture them as soon as possible." A cold voice sounded, and the netherworld chi surged above the ancient building. In Ghost Pass Mountain, needle-like leaves were everywhere. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile moved very quickly among them. After about 15 minutes, Lin Tian found a relatively hidden place. He activated the Heavenly One Soul mantra, and faint soul power surged. He engraved 18 sealing formations in this place, completely isolating the aura inside and outside. Only then did he stop and exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he took out the 3 netherworld fruits and threw them slightly. The 3 netherworld fruits floated about 10 feet above the ground. There's no need to consume the netherworld fruits. Just activate the ancient scripture and absorb the essence inside at a close distance. Chapter 1193. Whooshing Crocodile listened to Lin Tian and nodded. Understood. Okay, let's begin the refinement. Lin Tiandao. The 3 underworld fruits floated in the air, glowing faintly. At the same time, they were surrounded by underworld qi. Let's begin. Whooshing Crocodile shouted. He immediately activated his ancient scripture of the demon clan, and a demonic aura appeared around his body. Lin Tian sat down and closed his eyes. The Heart Sutra of the Sun intertwined strands of golden divine light to absorb the power of the underworld fruit. Strands of crystalline blue light overflowed from the underworld fruit and quickly poured into his body. This crystalline blue light was the essence of the underworld fruit. It was cold. After entering his body, it was quickly refined by his Heart Sutra of the Sun. Then, it flowed to every corner of his body, entering every inch of his flesh and meridians. It even entered his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by his flesh, meridians, and sea of consciousness. For a moment, the golden divine light around his body gradually became thicker. His essence, vitality, and cultivation began to slowly rise. At the same time, on the other side, the 5 elements crocodile was circulating the demon clan ancient scripture to absorb and refine the essence of the netherworld fruit. The aura outside his body was also rising at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, his aura had increased by a lot. Suddenly, in this hidden place, the gray demonic aura and golden divine power intertwined and became stronger. Buzz! Golden light flashed around Lin Tian's body. As he absorbed the essence of the underworld fruit and cultivated, the golden light became brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Half a month later, on this day, the aura outside his body suddenly weakened. His powerful body slowly turned to stone. At this time, after entering the Nirvana realm, he began the 6th Nirvana metamorphosis, advancing toward the 7th Nirvana realm. Naturally, he was very clear about this matter. He immediately focused himself and became incomparably tranquil. Gradually, his aura became weaker and weaker. More and more parts of his body began to turn into stone. From his legs to his waist, from his waist to his chest, from his chest to his hands, then to his neck, then to his head. Finally, his entire body turned into a dull gray stone. At this time, his aura had almost completely disappeared, as if he had been extinguished. However, at the same time, there was a bright light between his brows. Although it was small, it was like a saint's source that supported the heavens and earth. There was a majestic and vast aura being nurtured within it. He maintained his stone body for another half a month. On this day, half a month later, along with a crisp crack, his stone body began to crack. In the blink of an eye, it shattered, and a new body sat cross-legged within. Its skin was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of glass, and a faint light circulated around it. Nirvana 7th layer. He opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. He felt that the divine power in his body had become much more vigorous. He clenched his fists. His physical body had obviously become stronger. His bones, meridians, consciousness, and soul had all undergone a qualitative leap. He was much stronger than when he was at the 6th Nirvana realm. Moreover, at this time, because he had refined the power of the abyssal fruit, he clearly felt that his divine power could be completely operated smoothly. He waved his fist slightly and felt that his body was no longer affected by the special effects of this space. He had completely adapted to it and could unleash his strongest combat strength. Very good, he said to himself. He looked across. Whooshing crocodile's demonic light intertwined around its body. It was much stronger than before. Obviously, it had completed a new nirvana realm within this month. Its cultivation had reached the fourth nirvana realm, and now it was beginning a new round of cultivation. Phew! The essence of the three abyssal fruits had not been completely absorbed. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and took a deep breath. Then he closed his eyes again and used the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the power of the abyssal fruit to consolidate his cultivation at the seventh nirvana realm. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. On this day, the three abyssal fruits had dried up. The essence of the fruits had been completely absorbed, and they turned into ashes with a whoosh. Lin Tian happened to wake up at this time. His essence, qi, and spirit had become stronger. As he opened his eyes, 2 rays of light flashed across them. "You're awake, kid." Whooshing Crocodile's voice sounded. He had already woken up 3 days ago, and his cultivation had reached the 5th nirvana realm. Like Lin Tianyi, the demonic power in his body could be operated smoothly, and the power of his flesh shell could be completely unleashed. Lin Tian naturally sensed Whooshing Crocodile's current cultivation level. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he stood up from the ground. In these 7 days, he had used the power of the abyssal fruit to consolidate his cultivation at the 7th nirvana realm. The divine power in his body was as vast as the ocean. "Let's go," he said to Whooshing Crocodile. The power contained in the 3 abyssal fruits had been completely refined. At this time, there was naturally no need to stay in this place. He raised his hand and completely destroyed the 18 ceiling formations here. Then he called Whooshing Crocodile and walked into the distance. "Oh, speaking of which, where are we going now?" Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tiandao. "To find something." Lin Tian's words were very concise. "Find something? What is it?" Whooshing Crocodile was puzzled. Then it suddenly thought of something. "You're looking for that rainbow light source we found before." Previously, Lin Tian had obtained a piece of black iron wrapped in rainbow light. The rainbow light on it was the same as the rainbow light source Lin Tian had found before. Lin Tian was very concerned about this. Now that it heard Lin Tian say that he was looking for something, it naturally guessed that Lin Tian was looking for that rainbow light source. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes." As expected, Whooshing Crocodile muttered. Then it asked, "Speaking of which, what exactly is that thing? I've already seen you find several of those things before. How many of them are there in this world?" Speaking of this rainbow light source, it was really curious. It could feel that this thing seemed to be very important to Lin Tian. Lin Tian shook his head and didn't say anything. "Found it." At this moment, a shout rang out. Dozens of figures rushed over from the distance, all of them surrounded by astonishing netherworld energy. "That's right, it's him." "Human! Surround him and capture him." The dozens of figures were all experts of the netherworld race. The auras they exuded were very powerful. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile stopped in their tracks and swept their eyes over the dozens of netherworld race cultivators. More than a month ago, that netherworld race cultivator at the 8th heaven of Nirvana realm shot out a beam of light. It was indeed to inform the other netherworld race cultivators about you and me. These netherworld race cultivators have probably been searching this mountain for a long time. Whooshing Crocodile said. "I can see that." Lin Tian was very calm. The dozens of netherworld race cultivators surrounded them. Their eyes were cold and sinister, and their bodies were surrounded by powerful netherworld energy. "Remember, capture him alive." One of them said coldly. His eyes were cold and indifferent. He was at the 9th heaven of Nirvana realm. For a moment, swooshing sounds could be heard as the dozens of netherworld race cultivators rushed out and grabbed at Lin Tian. These people belonged to the 8th netherworld race. A month ago, several quasi-emperors of the Eighth Ridge received news that a human had entered the sealed dust ancient region and appeared in Ghost Pass Mountain. They had also given Lin Tian a portrait. These netherworld race cultivators had entered Ghost Pass Mountain at that time and had been searching for him. Now, they had finally found him. Puny human, I can't believe you made us search for so long. I really want to kill him directly. Not now, after the interrogation. We'll give him a reward of 1,000 cuts. The dozens of netherworld race cultivators all became strong and sinister. They looked at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a toy. For a moment, the void rumbled and trembled. Streaks of netherworld light rushed toward Lin Tian and sealed off the surroundings. Lin Tian glanced at these netherworld race cultivators. Other than the leader who was at the ninth heaven of Nirvana realm, the others were at the Great Path or Enlightenment realm. There were even netherworld race cultivators at the connecting immortal realm among them. You're as weak as ants, but you think you're infallible. His voice was flat, and he didn't make any substantial movements. A dense number of Ling Tian's swords appeared beside him. Then the sonorous sound of a sword was very ear-piercing as it slashed out. Uft, uft, uft. Blood exploded in the blink of an eye. To him, who was at the seventh heaven of Nirvana realm, these netherworld race cultivators at the connecting immortal realm, Great Path, and Enlightenment realm were really too weak. They couldn't block his sword light at all. Ah! Screams rang out. The netherworld race cultivators who charged forward exploded one after another. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. A bunch of clowns. At this time, only the leader of the group of netherworld race cultivators was left, a ninth stage Nirvana realm cultivator. Seeing Lin Tian kill dozens of his clansmen in the blink of an eye, this person's eyes flickered and became even sharper and more awe-inspiring. Human, not bad. You have some strength. Unfortunately, in front of me, you're not. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, interrupting this person's words. A streak of sword light flew out from Lin Tian's side and slashed straight at him. With a poof, this ninth heaven of Nirvana realm netherworld race cultivator was directly slashed into a bloody mist. It feels good to be able to circulate my divine power smoothly. Lin Tian Ondao. Previously, when he couldn't circulate his divine power smoothly, he had to use his remarkable ability to fight the eighth heaven of Nirvana realm netherworld race cultivator. Now that he could circulate his divine power smoothly, a casual streak of sword light could slash this ninth heaven netherworld race cultivator into pieces. Although his cultivation had increased by a small level compared to before, the netherworld race cultivator in front of him was much more powerful than the netherworld race cultivator who was at the Nirvana realm 8th stage a month ago. It was obvious that the divine power had a great effect after it was successfully channeled. Boom! Netherworld chi billowed, and a powerful aura surged. The ninth heaven Nirvana realm cultivator, who was slashed into pieces, instantly reformed his body. Human, staring at Lin Tian again, this netherworld race cultivator's eyes were even colder, and there was a shocking, murderous intent intertwined. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a black blade rushed out of his body, immediately exuding a billowing saint aura. Mid-grade saint weapon. Chapter 1194. A black blade rushed out from the body of the ninth heaven Nirvana realm netherworld elite. It was covered with runes, and saints' might surged and intertwined. With a clang, this person stared at Lin Tian, and his aura suddenly soared several times. Rolling netherworld chi intertwined, and he slashed at Lin Tian with the black blade, which was a mid-grade saint weapon. Don't worry, I will spare your life for now. I won't kill you immediately. A puny human like you is still of use. This person said coldly. Suddenly, the aura in his body became even sharper, and the blade swept out, pressing down on Lin Tian from all directions. Spare my life? Thank you very much. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He casually took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he appeared in front of this netherworld elite in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, I won't spare your life. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He directly smashed down with his fist, shattering the void and landing on this person's Saint Blade. Clang! A loud, metallic sound rang out, and the cultivator from the Netherworld race was sent flying. Lin Tian's great physical strength had shaken his body through the black Saint Blade. With a poof, the cultivator's body was once again pulverized. Blood splattered everywhere. The black Saint Blade fell to the side. Lin Tianyi waved his hand and directly caught this Saint Blade in his hand. This Saint weapon is not bad, he said. With a casual swipe of his hand, he destroyed the Netherworld race member's spiritual imprint on his body. In the distance, the ninth heaven of Nirvana realm expert from the Netherworld race was in the process of reforming his physical body. He immediately trembled violently and self-detonated. Clearly, he had suffered some backlash because Lin Tian had erased the spiritual imprint on his blade. Ah! This person let out a roar of his spirit and reformed his body as quickly as possible. His eyes turned crimson blue, full of ferocious hostility. He lunged at Lin Tian like a madman. Damn human, give it back to me! Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped, landing directly on this person's cheek. With a poof, this person was smashed into pieces. At the same time, faint golden divine light intertwined in his palm, and he grabbed this person's spirit. With your puny ability, you dare to say that you will spare my life for now? You dare to say that I'm puny? He looked down at this person's spirit. This netherworld elite's spirit trembled. You. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant sky, from 3 different directions, there was an extremely tyrannical netherworld, chi surging up from each direction, sweeping over. In the blink of an eye, the 3 netherworld race armies arrived. They were in the east, south, and west, and each position had over 100 people. Moreover, they were all led by a half-step emperor rank expert. The surging netherworld aura swept through the sky like an overflowing divine sea. There are quite a lot of people. Whooshing Crocodile glanced at these people. People? Didn't you just call those dozens of netherworld race cultivators a bunch of clowns? Lin Tian casually said. The 5 elements. Crocodile laughed. All right, there are quite a few clowns here. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of netherworld race elites, the human and crocodile's expressions did not change at all. It was as if they did not see these people. These words naturally fell into the ears of the hundreds of netherworld race cultivators who were charging over. These hundreds of netherworld race cultivators all had murderous looks on their faces. It was very sinister. A month ago, they had received orders from their race's quasi-emperor to come to this mountain range to find and suppress the humans who had entered their world. Now, they had finally found them and were charging over. They really did see a human, but they did not expect this human to be holding the spirit of one of their elites. He did not care about their arrival at all and completely ignored them. Moreover, the crocodile demon that was with him actually called them clowns. Let go of my clansmen and then surrender. The half-step emperor in the east stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were ice cold, like an emperor giving orders to his subjects. Lin Tian looked at the netherworld race expert who had spoken. Without saying a word, his divine power surged and shattered the divine soul of the netherworld race expert he was grabbing. His divine soul was completely destroyed. Human! How dare you! You're courting death! The hundreds of netherworld race cultivators who had rushed over all instantly widened their eyes. Sinister, murderous lights shot out from their eyes, especially the half-step emperor rank netherworld race expert in the east who spoke. His eyes instantly became incomparably bone-piercing. Human race bug, you actually dare to disobey this monarch's words and dare to kill my clansmen. I will definitely Kung. The ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out. Lin Tian held the middle-grade, sacred weapon Blackblade that he had taken from the ninth sky of Nirvana realm Netherworld race elite. He then raised it and slashed down at the half-step Netherworld race elite who spoke. Instantly, a golden killing light swept over with extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the half-step Netherworld race elite. Facing the sword that appeared in front of him, this half-step Netherworld race elite's expression immediately changed. "You PFFF!" Blood splattered out. This half-step Netherworld race elite was directly shattered by this attack. Blood splattered all over the sky. This, my race's half-step emperor, actually, how is this possible? The hundreds of Netherworld race elites' expression changed. Their race's half-step emperor was actually shattered in a single attack. Even the other two half-step emperors who had rushed over couldn't help but be shocked. A casual attack that shattered a half-step Netherworld race elite like them. Such strength caused their pupils to shrink. Lin Tian glanced at the half-step Netherworld race elite in the east who was shattered, Netherworld fruit. You came at the right time. Refining the Netherworld fruit would allow his divine power to circulate again. This was of great significance to him. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't be able to be as calm as he was now if he encountered a half-step emperor while circulating his divine power. He wouldn't be able to easily injure his opponent. In fact, if he encountered such an elite while circulating his divine power, he would be in great danger. Boom! In front of him, Netherworld chi surged. The half-step Netherworld race elite that was shattered reformed his body. Human! Staring at Lin Tian, this person was both shocked and angry. He was shocked because Lin Tian was able to shatter his body in a single attack. He was angry because he was actually injured by a human he looked down on. Lin Tian casually glanced at this person, then at the other two half-step emperors and hundreds of Netherworld race cultivators. His expression didn't change at all. "Kill," he said to the whooshing crocodile. As he spoke, he casually stepped forward. As he took a step forward, a clang rang out, and a dense sword light appeared and rushed out in all directions. This sword radiance was a bit terrifying because it was sent out by a mid-grade, sacred weapon Blackblade. The instant it swept out, the Netherworld race cultivators suffered from blood loss and exploded one by one under this sharp sword radiance. I've reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm. I'll use you clowns to test out my newest strength. The whooshing crocodile laughed sinisterly. With a rumble, a gray demonic aura rushed out of its body and swept through the void like a stormy wave. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gray demonic sea and flooded towards the Netherworld race elites. Ah! Screams sounded in the blink of an eye, under the murderous demonic light unleashed by the whooshing crocodile, who had cultivated to the 5th level of Nirvana realm for the second time. How could ordinary Netherworld race cultivators resist? Immediately, dozens of people were crushed into pieces. "How dare you attack my race like this? How dare you?" The half-step emperor, Netherworld race, elite in the south, said coldly. Two terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. "You mustered such a large force to capture us and kill us after this. But you don't allow us to fight back? What an idiot." Lin Tian held the black blade and slashed at this person. With a clang, he used the black blade, a mid-grade sacred weapon, to activate the 3 styles of Ling Tian Great Abhijna. The sword light mixed with sacred might flashed and shattered as if it was jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of this person. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. This half-step emperor was crushed into pieces, just like the previous person. Damn it! As a half-step emperor rank elite, he naturally couldn't be killed so easily. This person roared angrily. Rolling netherworld chi surged, and the shattered blood mist rolled. In the blink of an eye, a new physical body was formed. However, at this moment, the sound of air breaking rang out. Lin Tian used the yin yang steps and instantly arrived in front of him. This person was shocked. "You, Wang." Lin Tian held the black blade in his right hand. With a wave of his left hand, the four symbols Tao diagram appeared and enveloped this person. Immediately, this half-step emperor rank, netherworld race, expert trembled violently. He felt the netherworld aura in his body begin to solidify at an extremely fast speed, and it was difficult to mobilize it. Moreover, even his physical body suddenly lost consciousness. "Seal." Lin Tian said coldly. With his seventh sky of Nirvana realm cultivation, he used all of his strength to activate the four-symbol seal. The four symbols seal's power surged and was released at full force. Not only did it suppress this person's physical strength, but it also solidified the netherworld chi in his body. It even imprisoned the netherworld chi in his sea of consciousness. Instantly, the light of life in this half-step emperor rank netherworld race elite's eyes rapidly dissipated. Immediately after, he fell straight down. When he touched the ground, there was a loud bang. His body was perfectly preserved, but his soul was destroyed. He died on the spot. Lord Commander's life aura has disappeared. How can this be? Half-step emperor rank experts were respected as commanders in the netherworld race. At this moment, seeing a half-step emperor rank commander lose his life aura in Lin Tian's hands, the hundreds of netherworld race elite who had killed their way here all trembled. "What did you do? Damn human!" The other two netherworld race half-step emperors stared at Lin Tian with both shock and anger. Lin Tian glanced at these two. With a flash of his feet, he used the yin-yang steps and instantly appeared in front of one of them. The black blade in his right hand slashed down, forcefully creating a huge crack in the void. Spatial turbulence surged out. "Sacred shield, appear!" This netherworld race elite roared. An ancient shield covered in ancient runes rushed out of his body and blocked Lin Tian's attack. Sacred sword slash. Chapter 1195. The saint's sword was sharp as it slashed towards Lin Tian. The blade was extremely sharp and had strange saint runes intertwined. It immediately cut through space with a terrifying aura. It was a middle-grade saint weapon. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved the saint weapon black blade in his hand. With the might of the high heavens sword scripture, he slashed towards the saint sword. Clang! The saint blade and saint sword clashed, instantly exploding with an ear-piercing metallic sound. Divine power and netherworld aura clashed, causing the two saint weapons to stick together tightly. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He shook the black blade in his hand, and a circle of golden divine light spread out. With a clang, the saint's sword was sent flying. At the same time, the half-step emperor that was controlling the saint's sword also trembled and retreated dozens of feet. "Too weak," he said. When he was at the sixth sky of Nirvana realm, he could even kill a half-emperor. Now that he was at the seventh sky of Nirvana realm, his divine power was flowing smoothly. Against a half-step emperor, he didn't feel any pressure at all. The half-step emperor from the netherworld race became incomparably ashen and sinister. Human! The human that he looked down on, the insignificant human, actually called him too weak. This was clearly a humiliation. Boom! He roared and his entire body exploded with rolling netherworld aura. It swept towards Lin Tian like a tsunami and sealed off all directions. With a clang, he used the roiling netherworld chi to activate the mid-grade saint artifact, level saint sword, and saint shield, one for offense and one for defense. They formed an impenetrable battle line, attacking Lin Tian from all directions. Their auras were sharp and fierce. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. His right hand shook and the saint weapon black blade swept out a sky full of high heaven sword aura, shattering everything. Suppress! With a low roar, the other half-step emperor from the netherworld race took out a bronze bell. It was also a middle-grade saint weapon. All sorts of runes fell from it, and netherworld aura rolled out. It descended from the heavens and suppressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at this person. His right hand held the black blade, and his left hand reached out. The silver four symbols Tao diagram appeared and faced the attack. Buzz! The Tao diagram of the four symbols intertwined with silver light as it was activated with his cultivation of the seventh heavenly layer. It immediately unleashed a powerful sealing power that landed on the bronze bell that was a mid-grade saint artifact. The netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell immediately trembled and felt his saint weapon being suppressed. The originally vast and mighty saint aura was extinguished like a flame meeting water. Damn it! This person clenched his teeth, quickly forming an imprint to withdraw the bronze bell. Since you've already done it, don't take it back. Lin Tiandao. His voice was flat. The silver Tao diagram of the four symbols shook, causing the bronze bell to tremble as well. Then, the dense rune imprints on the bell instantly became incomparably dim, and the light on the surface completely disappeared. The netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell immediately trembled. He was shocked and angry. You destroyed my saint weapon. You want to destroy it too? Lin Tian's words were simple. He used the mid-grade saint artifact Black Blade to execute the High Heaven Sword Scripture, isolating the other half-step emperor. His left hand formed an imprint again, making the four symbols seal even stronger. After destroying the bronze bell, he threw it at the half-step emperor holding the bronze bell. This half-step emperor's eyes trembled. He endured the anger of his saint weapon being destroyed and quickly retreated because he could clearly feel the terror of Lin Tian's silver Tao diagram. It seemed to have a power that could turn all things into nothingness. However, he retreated a bit too late. Lin Tian shook the four symbols Tao diagram, completely sealing the surrounding space. Seal. A calm word came from Lin Tian's mouth. With a buzz, the four symbols Tao diagram shone brightly, enveloping the netherworld race half-step emperor holding the bronze bell. Ah! This half-step emperor from the netherworld race let out a miserable shriek. In an instant, he felt his divine power solidify. At the same time, his divine soul was being crushed by an invisible force, disintegrating bit by bit in his sea of consciousness. It was like a water source being evaporated. No, he couldn't help but cry out and struggle with all his might. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The silver Tao diagram of the four symbols shone brightly, interweaving into an even more terrifying sealing force that directly annihilated the divine soul in his knowledge sea. With a pung sound, just like the netherworld race half-step emperor, this person fell straight down. The life in his eyes flew away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The body was fine, but the person was dead. Lord Commander, another Lord Commander. How is this possible? Many netherworld race cultivators were shocked. It had only been a short time, but two half-step emperor commanders had already died in the hands of a human they thought was insignificant. Little netherworld children, where are you looking? Have you forgotten the existence of your grandpa crocodile? Whooshing Crocodile said. With a rumble, gray demonic light vibrated and pressed down on the group of netherworld race cultivators. Immediately, miserable shrieks rang out. How could these ordinary netherworld clan cultivators withstand the attacks of the 5-element crocodiles at the 5th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm? In the blink of an eye, they were crushed into pieces and exploded one after another. Lin Tian looked at the last netherworld race half-step emperor. His expression was calm. The middle grade, sacred weapon grade, Black Blade vibrated and released a sky full of killing light. As it slashed towards this netherworld race half-step emperor, it also swept towards the nearby normal netherworld race cultivators. Instantly, the void shattered. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Under this tyrannical sword light, the ordinary netherworld race cultivators were as fragile as tofu. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. Human! The Netherworld race half-step emperor holding the sacred sword and sacred shield roared. He stared at Lin Tian venomously with a malevolent expression. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He stepped on the void and pressed towards this person. Rumble! Suddenly, the bottom of this place trembled greatly, the bottom suddenly breaking open, roiling vicious energy interweaving. Roar! A loud roar came from underground, shattering a large area of soil. Immediately after, a colossal creature covered in red scales rushed out, bringing with it waves of underground magma. An astonishing heat filled this space, causing people to involuntarily tremble. Scorching beast. The Netherworld race half-step emperor's expression changed. He revealed a trace of fear and retreated a few steps. At the same time, the other Netherworld race cultivators stared at the huge creature that emerged from the ground and couldn't help but change their expressions. This creature was born in the Earth's core. The red scales on its body had shocking defense, and its sharp claws could pierce through anything. It was extremely terrifying. Pseudo-Emperor rank. The whooshing crocodile squinted its eyes. Lin Tian looked at this huge creature and felt that this so-called scorching beast was not ordinary. It was comparable to a pseudo-emperor rank expert. However, this level was nothing to the current him. He didn't put it to heart. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards the depths of the ground where the scorching beast had charged up. There was a strand of extremely resplendent, blood-red light flickering there. It was a palm-sized piece of blood-red jade that lay quietly in the depths of the ground. Immortal attraction, exquisite jade. His expression changed. Immortal attraction, exquisite jade. This was something he had seen by chance while flipping through ancient books. Its description was exactly the same as the palm-sized blood jade underground. The use of this precious jade was extremely shocking. When combined with something called the Heavenly Heartstone, it could allow a pinnacle sacred weapon to evolve into a heavenly treasure. He stared down, his eyes revealing a profound light. He didn't expect to find such a piece of immortal attraction, exquisite jade in this place. After obtaining this precious jade and finding another Heavenly Heartstone, he would be able to forge the pinnacle sacred bow in his sea of consciousness into a heavenly treasure. At that time, his battle strength would directly increase by a large amount. Roar! A loud roar rang out. Flames splashed everywhere, and the entire surface of the ground cracked. The scorching beast rushed out from the ground. Its body was covered in red scales. Its body was dozens of feet tall, like a small mountain. Its eyes were blood-red. It directly reached out with its beast claws, covering the hazy sky. At the same time, it grabbed at everyone here. Clearly, it had taken everyone in this place as its prey. It had emerged from the ground to devour everyone. It's really fierce. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Although he was very strong after reaching the fifth sky of Nirvana realm for the second time, he still couldn't face a boundary emperor. He hurriedly dodged. The wings on his back flapped, and he directly flew hundreds of feet away to avoid the scorching beast's claws. Retreat! The half-step emperor from the Netherworld race, who was holding the sacred shield, sacred weapon, shouted. He held the sacred shield in front of his chest and also moved hundreds of feet away. The other Netherworld race cultivators also dodged, but not everyone dodged. More than half of them were directly pierced by the scorching beast's sharp claws. Their blood chi was completely absorbed by the scorching beast's claws in the blink of an eye. So fierce! In the distance, whooshing Crocodile muttered. With a rumble, the space shook. As the scorching beast's claws reached out, a large number of Netherworld race cultivators died. Then, its sharp claws fell in front of Lin Tian, dragging a large shadow with them. Get out of the way. Lin Tiandao slashed out a ray of sword chi from the black saber in his hand. Suddenly, with a pu sound, blood splattered everywhere. The scorching beast's claws were directly chopped into pieces. This is... In the distance, the Netherworld race experts all trembled. Even the half-step emperor who was holding the sacred shield and sacred weapon had a change in expression. The boundary emperor's scorching beast's claws were actually chopped into pieces by a sword. Roar! The scorching beast roared angrily. After its claws were chopped into pieces by Lin Tian, a billowing murderous aura rushed out. It used its other claws to grab Lin Tian. I told you to get out of the way. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped. With a pu sound, the scorching beast's claws were smashed into pieces again. At the same time, the beast's body was sent flying hundreds of feet away, smashing hundreds of tall ancient trees. In any case, that's still a boundary emperor ferocious beast. He actually sent it flying with a slap. His physical body is even more abnormal. Not far away, whooshing crocodile muttered. Lin Tian didn't care about the scorching beast that was sent flying. His gaze fell on the ground. With a wave of his left hand, golden divine power interweaved, and he grabbed the blood jade that appeared below. The blood jade was sparkling and translucent like an agate. Inside, there were strands of strange light flowing. It was very beautiful. It really is the immortal attraction, exquisite jade. Chapter 1196. The exquisite immortal attraction jade was blood red in color, and there was a strange light flowing inside. It felt warm in his hand. Very good. Lin Tiantan smiled. He had unexpectedly obtained such a precious jade in this place. As long as he could find another Heaven's Heartstone, he would be able to forge a heavenly treasure. Kid, this is the exquisite immortal attraction jade. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian. When he saw the blood-red jade in Lin Tian's hand, he was shocked. He obviously knew about this precious jade. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. You're so lucky. This is the best divine jade to evolve a peak sacred weapon into a heavenly treasure. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He was quite happy to have obtained such a precious jade. He carefully kept it in his stone ring. Roar! The beast's roar resounded through the mountain. Not far away, the boundary emperor rank scorching beast stood up. Its beast claws that were shattered by Lin Tian had recovered. Its eyes were blood red as it stared at Lin Tian ferociously. The next moment, with a boom, its aura became even more ferocious and violent. It pounced directly at Lin Tian. Quite ferocious. Whooshing Crocodile muttered, "It's nothing." Lin Tiandao. He shook the black saber in his hand and slashed at the scorching beast that was charging at him. With a crack, the space was cut open and the powerful scorching beast was sent flying. Roar! The scorching beast roared. Its body was dozens of feet long, and its body was covered in red scales. With a roar, the entire ground shook. Streaks of flames rushed out of its body, burning and melting the air. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. What a terrifying flame! Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. This level of flame was indeed terrifying. It could easily burn a half-step emperor rank expert to ashes. It's just S.O. Lin Tiandao. Saying so, a golden pure yang flame rushed out from Yang Kai's body. Now that he could circulate his divine qi smoothly, it became even more terrifying than before, and in the blink of an eye, it met the destructive flames of the scorching beast head-on and directly enveloped them. Immediately, these flames sizzled as they were ignited by the pure golden yang flame and burned away bit by bit. His golden flames are actually within the flames of the burning scorch beast. In the distance, the Netherworld race cultivators were shocked. Flames burned. This scene was truly horrifying. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying those golden flames were. Retreat. Go back and report to the commanders, said the half-step emperor holding the sacred weapon, sacred shield. Seeing the battle between Lin Tian and the scorching beast, he could clearly see how terrifying Lin Tian was. He was definitely not someone they could suppress. Go. that person said in a low voice as he retreated into the distance. At the same time, the other netherworld race cultivators also retreated at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian was fighting with the scorching beast, but he had a clear grasp of his surroundings. Naturally, he saw this scene. You came in such a grandiose manner, but now you want to run away with your tail between your legs. His expression was calm. Clang! He shook the mid-grade, sacred weapon black blade in his hand and slashed out a killing light that filled the sky. This killing light was unleashed by his seventh sky of Nirvana realm, coupled with a sacred weapon. It was naturally very terrifying and had shocking killing power. PFFF! 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 The netherworld race cultivators who were retreating into the distance suffered one after another. They were cut into pieces one by one, and their blood dyed the sky red. At the same time, one of the sharpest sword lights headed straight for the netherworld race, half-step emperor, wielding the sacred shield and sacred sword. It forcefully avoided the sacred shield and pierced through his chest with a PU sound. Damn it! This person's mouth was filled with blood, but he gritted his teeth and didn't dare to stay. He erupted with an even faster speed and fled into the distance. How pathetic! Lin Tian mocked. He stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he raised the sacred weapon black blade in his hand again and slowly slashed down. With a clang, a total of 99 sword rays appeared. They were mixed with heaven's will. It was one of the great sword arts of the heavens sword scripture. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on the netherworld race half-step emperor and slashed down like a rain of swords. This person was shocked and used all his strength to activate the sacred shield to block. However, Lin Tian's 99 sword rays were too sharp. It was an Empyrean-level great sword art. It was purely offensive. A single sacred shield couldn't block it at all. It was directly blasted away along with the sacred sword. Then, the sword rays pierced through the half-step emperor, shattering his body. Ah! This person roared angrily, and his body quickly reformed. However, at this moment, Lin Tian attacked again. The four symbols Tao diagram appeared and instantly closed in, enveloping him. This person trembled and couldn't help but shout, "Stop!" Just now, Lin Tian used this divine diagram to kill 2 half-step emperors at the same level as him. Now that he was enveloped by the 4 symbols Tao diagram, fear appeared in his eyes. Tisk, Lin Tian mocked. He activated the 4 symbols Tao diagram with all his strength and directly destroyed this person's soul through his body. For him, who was at the 7th level of Nirvana realm and had the Reincarnation King physique, killing a half-step emperor was too easy. After killing this person, he grabbed this person's sacred weapon and sacred shield from afar. After erasing the divine sense, imprint that the other party left on them, he stored them in the stone ring. Then he tilted his head and looked at the other netherworld race cultivators. Clang! Without any superfluous words, he shook his black blade. A sky full of heaven's sword rays swept out and slashed towards these people. These netherworld race cultivators were terrified and tried to escape in panic. However, they couldn't escape at all. PFFF! 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 Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, all the netherworld race cultivators who came here were slashed into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He looked at the quasi-emperor's scorching beast and activated his divine power. The pure golden yang flames became even more turbulent and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the flames spat out by the scorching beast were completely incinerated. Then, like a vast ocean of golden divine flames, the space collapsed from the heat and directly enveloped the quasi-emperor's scorching beast. The scorching beast's strength was astonishing, but it couldn't resist the pure yang flames summoned by the 7th level Nirvana realm Lin Tian. It immediately let out a miserable cry and couldn't break free. In the blink of an eye, half of its beast body was burned by the pure golden yang flames. Roar! It roared again, reformed its body, and pounced at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he raised his hand and slapped down. Bang! He slapped Qin Shi down into the depths of the ground, causing expanse after expanse of soil to shatter, and it caused Qin Shi's aura to decline to its lowest state. It was like a flame that would be extinguished at any moment. He looked at the scorching beast underground. The silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions floated out, but after a pause it dissipated. Forget it, he muttered to himself. Because the scorching beast had emerged from the ground, he had obtained a piece of immortal attraction, exquisite jade. After thinking about it, he decided not to kill it. Let's go. He called out to the whooshing crocodile. Let's go. The whooshing crocodile responded. Then the man and crocodile left this place and walked into the distance. Soon, they left Ghost Pass Mountain. In the center of the 8th territory of the Netherworld race, there were many ancient buildings. What? A cold voice sounded from an extremely grand palace in this ancient building, mixed with a trace of coldness. There were 9 tall figures standing in this palace, all of them at the half-emperor level. They were respected as commanders in the Netherworld race and were the 9 strongest people under the 8th territory lord. At this moment, the 9 Netherworld race half-emperors' eyes were cold, because just now they discovered that the soul lamps of the 3 half-step emperors sent to suppress Lin Tian were all extinguished. This meant that the 3 half-step emperors had all died in battle. Since the 3 half-step emperors had all died in battle, it was not hard to guess what happened to the others who followed them. They were all annihilated. It seems like that human is not simple. One of the 9 half-emperors said coldly, "I'll go." Another person among them said, "All right." Another one spoke. He was the strongest of the 9 half-emperors, the number 1 commander of the 8th Netherworld Ridge, and was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Just in case, bring the fallen Yama Pagoda. This time, we must suppress it and bring it back. After Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile left open Ghost Mountain, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they traveled very far. Kid, the sealed dust ancient region is so big. Isn't it too hard to find a rainbow light source without any clues in such a big space? Whooshing Crocodile said, "Even if it's hard, we still have to find it." Lin Tiandao said, "Along the way, we can also find the Heaven's Heartstone." Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile went to many places, but they didn't sense any sword soul shards auras. At the same time, they didn't find a single Heaven's Heartstone either. How long is this going to take? Whooshing Crocodile sighed. No matter how long it takes. Lin Tiandao. At this moment, a man and Crocodile were walking on a scarlet ground, and they just happened to walk out of a large mountain. Clang! Suddenly, a fierce killing light fell from the sky. It was as fast as lightning, mixed with a faint emperor's might. Lin Tian frowned. He wrapped Whooshing Crocodile in a golden divine light and directly moved hundreds of feet away to avoid this killing light. With a rumble, this killing light landed on the ground and directly blasted a huge crater in the ground. Destructive power intertwined. Good spiritual sense. A cold voice sounded. In the sky, a figure surrounded by netherworld chi appeared. He was tall and sturdy, wore a purple robe, and his eyes were cold. Quasi-Emperor. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor of the Netherworld race who had forced him here. His eyes were calm and he didn't say anything. The purple-robed Quasi-Emperor of the Netherworld race looked down at Lin Tian from the sky. He was high and mighty, and after a cold snort he directly attacked. He stretched out his right hand and suppressed Lin Tian. Buzz! All of a sudden, the void in all directions froze. Rolling netherworld chi intertwined around this giant hand, and it was terrifying. This terrifying palm was much stronger than that of a half-step emperor. They couldn't be compared. Lin Tian's expression, didn't change at all. He casually raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. In the blink of an eye, the two's giant hands collided. Poof! Chapter 1197. The purple-robed netherworld race Quasi-Emperor's hand was shattered and he stumbled back. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his face was full of shock. He was a Quasi-Emperor and his physical body was strong. He had lived for 30,000 years, but his arm was shattered with a single blow. However, in the next moment, a chilling look appeared in his eyes again. His body is strong, but I wonder how strong his divine abilities are. With a boom, rolling netherworld chi surged and turned into a monstrous netherworld ocean. Unknown creatures rushed out from it. Some had 3 heads, some had 6 arms, and all of them were intertwined with terrifying killing intent. They roared at the sky and charged toward Lin Tian. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound as the void started to tremble. Large cracks started to appear in the void. It's much more terrifying than the scorching beast from before. Whooshing Crocodile said, "There's not much difference." Lin Tian's expression was calm. He directly waved the Chaos Emperor fist with his 7th heaven nirvana cultivation. A beam of fist light burst out and shattered the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor's great divine ability. "You're just as weak." The whooshing Crocodile widened his eyes and opened his mouth. "You're awesome." "Ah!" The purple-robed Quasi-Emperor roared. His shattered body reassembled in the blink of an eye, and a look of shock appeared on his face again. In terms of pure physical strength, his arm was shattered by a palm. In terms of divine abilities, he was even more defeated. "I don't believe it," he growled. Even more terrifying netherworld chi rushed out of his body. Great Tao laws surged out as he stared coldly at Lin Tian. He was unwilling to admit that he, a Quasi-Emperor, had lost to a Nirvana-level human. "Old 9, that's enough. Don't waste time. Use the Fallen Yama Pagoda to suppress him and bring him back." At this moment, a low voice sounded from the void. A middle-aged man in black armor appeared in front of the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor. The black-armored, middle-aged man was like the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor. He was tall and sturdy, and his aura was stronger than the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor. Originally, he would not have come here, and only the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor had come. However, because the first commander of the 8th Underworld domain knew that the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor was too warlike, he secretly followed the purple-robed Quasi-Emperor and revealed himself at this time. Another Quasi-Emperor. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was slightly apprehensive, not because of the arrival of another Quasi-Emperor, but because he had keenly captured the words Fallen Yama Tower in the words of the black-armored middle-aged man and vaguely had a bad feeling. Humph! The purple-robed Quasi-Emperor of the Netherworld race snorted. His eyes became even colder and more sinister as they fell on Lin Tian. "I wanted to try my newly comprehended divine technique on you. What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, a pagoda rushed out of his body with a boom. As soon as it appeared, it gave off a vast and mighty aura that caused the 9 heavens to tremble. Lin Tian was shocked, and his expression immediately changed. He finally knew what the Fallen Yama Tower that the black-armored middle-aged man had just mentioned was, and why he vaguely had a bad feeling. It turned out that this so-called Fallen Yama Tower was a heavenly treasure. "I can't believe you brought out such a weapon." Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth. "Let's go." Lin Tian said in a low voice. He very decisively wrapped the Whooshing Crocodile in golden divine light and directly fled into the distance. He had now reached the 7th heaven of Nirvana and could easily kill a Quasi-Emperor. However, he was absolutely no match for a heavenly treasure. This weapon was too powerful. Whoosh! He used the duality steps and was extremely fast. With a sound of breaking through the air, he was more than 10,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. "Don't even think about leaving." The purple-robed Quasi-Emperor said coldly. He activated the fallen Yama tower that rushed out of his body and suppressed Lin Tian. It was unknown what material this Song Luoyan pagoda was made of. It was 13 floors high and was completely blood-red, as if it had been soaked in blood. With a light shake, it shattered everything and set off terrifying hurricanes. Lin Tian used the duality steps to escape and was already very far away. However, he was still affected by the power of the pagoda. Just a wisp of its power caused his tyrannical body to tremble, and a wisp of blood immediately spilled from his mouth. "Kid, how are you?" Whooshing Crocodile was moved because Lin Tian had used his divine power to carry it and escape. Most of the damage had been taken by Lin Tian. "I'm fine." Lin Tian shook his head. His expression was solemn, and he did not stop at all. He used the duality steps even faster and turned into a bolt of lightning that shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed more than 10,000 feet away. His speed was so fast that it caused the two netherworld quasi-emperors behind him to be moved. However, in the next moment, both of their expressions turned cold again. In front of a heavenly treasure, whatever you do is just a futile struggle. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said. With a boom, the 13-story fallen Yama tower shook again. Billowing divine power spread out like ripples on water. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly as the void collapsed inch by inch. The spatial turbulence that had just flowed out was shattered, and even the chaotic light was struck out. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian used the duality steps and was very fast. However, the divine power of the heavenly treasure was even faster. It closed in on him in the blink of an eye, causing his internal organs to turn cold and a chill to run down his spine. He did not think too much and continued to use the duality steps to escape while using the duality steps to summon the 4 symbols Tao diagram. Buzz! The 4 symbols Tao diagram rotated as it was fully activated by his 7th tier nirvana cultivation. The intertwining power was extremely tyrannical. However, it was slightly weaker in front of the divine power of the fallen Yama tower, and was crushed on the spot. Then the power of the fallen Yama tower shattered pieces of the void, and the remaining power fell on Lin Tian. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood, and his face instantly turned pale. However, the injuries he suffered were not too serious. He did not linger at all and used the sun's nirvana technique to protect his body and repair his injuries. He also used the duality steps to increase his speed again, and each step took him nearly 10,000 feet away. "You can escape." The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man chased after him and used the fallen Yama tower to suppress all directions and slow down Lin Tian's movement. At the same time, they were also using the fallen Yama tower to attack. Under the condition that they did not kill Lin Tian, they shot out beam after beam of divine light. They wanted to capture Lin Tian alive and find out how Lin Tian had entered this world. Crack! 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 The space broke apart inch by inch and was annihilated inch by inch. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He used divine abilities and secret techniques to escape behind him at an even faster speed. In the face of a heavenly treasure supported by 2 quasi-emperors, he definitely did not have the ability to fight head-on. Great 5 Elements technique. The whooshing crocodile roared and used its most powerful technique within Lin Tian's divine light circle, causing the void to rumble. Of course, it did not expect to be able to force the purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man to retreat. This was obviously impossible. It only wanted to weaken the destructive power of the heavenly treasure as much as possible, which was exactly the same as the reason why Lin Tian used divine abilities and secret techniques. Futile struggle. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said coldly. The fallen Yama pagoda shook slightly and immediately shattered everything. The destructive waves were vast and mighty, as if to suppress everything. Lin Tian and the whooshing crocodile coughed up blood at the same time. They had both suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and continued to escape into the distance without any hesitation. Humph! The purple-robed quasi-emperor sneered and activated the fallen Yama pagoda with the black-armored, middle-aged man. Rolling netherworld energy rushed out of the fallen Yama pagoda and turned into a destructive netherworld ocean. It covered the sky in all directions and covered thousands of miles of space as it pressed down on Lin Tian. For a moment, a huge shadow was cast on the surface of the earth. The surrounding space was completely enveloped by this netherworld ocean. Boom! The sky trembled and collapsed. The netherworld ocean pressed down on them. It was a terrifying sight. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and directly propped up the reincarnation diagram. At the same time, the nameless Great Path nomological laws were also activated. The two merged and immediately evolved into the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path which faced the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld ocean, intertwined by the fallen Yama pagoda, collided with the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, erupting with monstrous divine light. Soon, 7 breaths passed. With a crack, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path collapsed. The netherworld ocean turned into a monstrous force that swept down and directly shattered every inch of the void in all directions. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood and was sent flying. His body was immediately covered in cracks. He had suffered unimaginable injuries from this attack. He still did not stay. He endured the pain of his body shattering and continued to flee into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 10,000 feet. The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man's faces were as cold as ice. They immediately chased after him, but their eyes were filled with shock. What was that diagram just now? It could actually withstand the destructive power of the fallen Yama pagoda for 7 breaths. The purple-robed quasi-emperor said in a low voice, "The fallen Yama pagoda was the heavenly treasure of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld. Once a heavenly treasure was activated, it could suppress almost all things. But now, a nirvana cultivator's divine ability was actually able to withstand the destructive power of the heavenly treasure for 7 breaths. This was too shocking. It should be known that even the first commander of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld, who was infinitely close to the Emperor level, could only barely withstand the fallen Yama pagoda's most powerful divine ability. Extraordinary, very extraordinary. Quickly suppress him and bring him back," the black-armored middle-aged man said in a low voice. Immediately, the 2 quasi-emperors worked together to activate the fallen Yama pagoda even more. It pressed down on Lin Tian, crushing pieces of the void. Lin Tian used the duality steps and rushed into the distance like lightning. At the same time, he continuously attacked with divine abilities to weaken the destructive power of the heavenly treasure. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile also attacked together. The Great 5 Elements technique was activated again and again, and it blasted toward the back. Boom! 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 The powerful destructive power of the heavenly treasure surged, shattering the sky and cracking the earth. The man and crocodile were constantly injured. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. With the sun's nirvana technique protecting his body, he only flew in one direction. Soon, a full 12 hours had passed. In 12 hours, he used the duality steps to carry the 5 elements crocodile. He didn't know how many mountains and rivers they had crossed. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. His body was bleeding profusely, and even his spirit body was showing cracks. At this time, the surrounding air suddenly became somewhat oppressive. A black mountain ridge appeared in front of them, with billowing black fog intertwining from it. It almost dyed the sky of this place pitch black. Demon Corpse Ridge? The purple-robed quasi-emperor and the black-armored middle-aged man who were chasing behind suddenly changed their expressions. P.S. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. I'd like to wish my brothers and sisters a Happy New Year. Then, I'd like to apologize to everyone. Tomorrow is the start of the new year. Everyone knows that during this most significant and traditional holiday period in China, there are many things to do. One has to accompany one's parents, visit one's relatives, have guests at home, and have many other things to do. There will be a lot of delays, and the time for writing will be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the next few days, the dragon may not be able to update 2 chapters every day. The updates for the next few days will be roughly like this. From tomorrow until the 7th day of the new year, 1 chapter will be updated every day. On the 8th day of the new year, 2 chapters will be updated every day. Then, please rest assured that ever since the release of the 10 Directions Divine Kings book, the dragon has always made up for the missing chapters, no matter the reason. This time will be no exception. The dragon will make up for the missing chapters in March, and will definitely miss a chapter